And here we are, round 3 of the Tasmanian Rugby Union. So we've got a triple header at Rugby Park here today. You can see the Launceston team have just come out of the rooms there. They're about to battle it out against Harlequins in the Championship 2nd Division. Now we've had some low numbers from Harlequins, struggled with getting enough players out here this week, which is a few emergencies, players called away and things. So we're actually playing a 10-a-side match today, and they'll have 4 17-minute quarters. So it's going to be slightly different, but we should still see some interesting rugby out there.
And the story goes is that one of the fellas for the Quins is a farmer, and he had to go and rescue a cow that was in a bit of distress up on the farm. So who knows, he might make it back for the last half.
Yeah, hopefully. But
such is amateur sport, I guess.
That's right. But yeah, I'll be hoping to see a good spirited game out here. Launceston have had, this is their first trip away so far, and they've had a couple of pretty easy wins, I think, up north. So it'll be interesting to see if this Harlequins outfit can actually stick it to them and be competitive. So this, the team that you can see for Harlequins has changed a little bit. There are a few ins and a few outs. The outs, as far as I can see, are McGill, Witten, Davis, Tucker, and Mahina. There are a few more ins there. So Jeff Altman's going to have a run out there. I can see him directing around already in the headgear in number 7. Mason Colgrave, Cameron Ransley, Kahu Rapidi and Aaron Carroll. So there's a few extras who are stepping up. I think players who are probably going to be playing for the first later.
And the nature of the game changes so much when you go from the 15 down to, what is it? Did you say 10?
10, yeah. And we're away. So the kickoff comes through from Launceston into a bit of a paddock there. Ball's bounced off the chest of Deon Smith from Launceston. Didn't quite see where that went, and it's a knock-on. So Harlequins will take the scrum advantage here. Ball's just outside their 22. Ball comes out to Altman, gives it away to Carroll out there. Sorry, Newton rather. And Quins recycle and go wide in the hands out there of Tunbridge, I believe. So good support play by Harlequins there. The big fella's taking it up and passing it on. Got a bit of space out wide here. Ball should have just held on a little bit too long, and then the pass from Frost goes a bit high, and Rivovo can't catch that. But I think he's hit his foot before it hit the ground. So our referee out there, Ken Holloway, calls the line out. So Launceston with their line out right in front of our van. Kieran Fallon with the throw in. Just a bit of give the back lines an opportunity to get onside out there. And in comes the ball. It's high. It's well taken there by Launceston. Ball's popped out to the halfback. Goes wide. Giving the ball to Ogava with a bit of a wrap around there. And a good little flick pass out to the wing. It's found the hands of a player in space who comes back inside. Tackle's not made. Another tackle goes loose. Oh, no one's holding on. He's around. Oh, and just knocks it on there. So great play out there by Manu Fafita for Launceston, getting amongst it, I think. Playing in at fly half at the moment. Some really good support play by those Launceston backs. And I have to say, number 20 and number 12 out there. Father and son combination in the centres. You can just see them on the left of your screen. It's Tua Agaiava and his son Elijah. So the ball comes down and Quins away. Altman has a bit of a hack down the field. There's no one to chase that though, and this man who's about to pick the ball up out here, Sam Wise, has had a good run down the other side of the field. He gives it away to Elijah Agaiava, and he's off finding some space. And shifting the ball way out to the left here. Another missed tackle by Quins. Good backup play, good backup tackling there by the Quins players, and Parisi, the captain. And finally take that man to ground. So some good running by Launceston, shifting the ball from one side of the field to the other. Here they come. We'll expect them to come wide. No pass. Gets it out. Oh, big knockdown in the middle there. That's probably going to be a yellow card. No effort to catch that. Looks like he's going to get away with it. If he hadn't have done that, there was a surefire try out there. I think Wise was wide on this wing, but very lucky to get away with that. I think Holloway's being very generous, but hey, it's 10 aside. So Launceston off to go for the line. While they're setting this line out, you see again the Launceston team that they've brought down. Just looking at, I think, 1 or maybe 2 outs from that team. Sam Rice is not in, and the ball comes out off the back of the line out here. Launceston shift left again. Agoava straightens up, fends off and scores easily on the line. The tackles need to be much lower than that. He's got a big barrel chest, as the old fella.
He's pretty quick still, though.
Pretty quick still. Don't let him hear that.
Well, he is. I'll give him a compliment.
He only had to move about 6 metres, so he's pulling in the breaths out there, though. But good to see.
He's looking fit, though.
Yeah, no, I spoke to him at the start of the year, and he had no intention of playing early on.
Right.
But I think once his son put his hand up and said he wanted to have a go, it was he was in. So
fair player in his day.
Yeah, and I actually played with Tua in Launceston for a few years, way back in the 90s. So he's got a few years under his belt, but hasn't played for a long time. But I'd say he gets to the gym a little bit. He's got a pretty big chest and some good biceps on him. Certainly way bigger than me. So conversion's good. Launceston take the lead there with a handy little 7-0, but they've been all over them. The Quins have looked a little bit dangerous with the ball in hand. Unfortunately, they've just been in that defensive half and had to kick out and not had the best of the footwork. So it'd be good to see them try and hold on to the ball. And the ball comes back, and we'll see in the 10-a-side game the scoring team with the kickoff.
What do you think of that rule there, Deon?
Oh, I think it makes the game sort of a little bit speedy. You're generally off the kill. That's a great contest in the air there, brilliantly taken by Smith. It gives an opportunity to the team who didn't score to get their hands on the ball, but when you've got a kick chase like that from Smith, makes it pretty hard too. In the 7-a-side game, those kick chasers who can win those balls off the kickoff are worth their weight in gold. So Launceston with the ball again, come right. Great tackling there. Got to release the player as he goes to ground, and we'll see the ball shifted back to the left. So Launceston with the numbers out wide. There's a knock on out there by Mr. Fafita. Good attacking play though. You can see him running onto that ball. He found himself outside, not in the first receiver position. It's one of the things that happens a lot in this small numbered game, is that players sort of find themselves out of position because the ball's being recycled quite quickly. So this will give Harlequins an opportunity to try and make their way out of their defensive half for the first time. So far our 6.5 minutes have all been played in this half of the field. Launceston scrum pushes over here, and the ball's won. Out to Fafita, steps back off the right foot inside, gets inside Parisi. And the quick recycling of the ball here by Harlequins is great. And again, the note, by Launceston. And the poor tackling, I think, that's going on here is going to kill Harlequins. So they really need to start making those tackles stick if they're going to stay in this game.
The younger legs there, Deon.
Younger legs, that's true. Definitely true. You look, Launceston have got a good combination at both ends of the spectrum. I think Quins out there are looking certainly like the more mature of the sides. So they're just trying to get the kicker to, like we saw with the women last week in their 7s, just to make it a little bit easier for everyone to kick the ball back into the field of play rather than from the field of play.
Oh, right. Sorry, I missed that.
Just makes it a little bit easier for everyone, saves someone having to chase that ball.
I'll be on to that from now on.
And the conversion's good. I know Fafita was not sure what they were talking about, but they finally got him. So Launceston will push ahead to a 14-0 lead.
Well, it speeds up the game a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want lots of downtime in the middle of the game. So Fafita will kick again here. Let's see if Smith can get his hands on this again. Harlequins need to attack this ball a bit more. He's gone deep and down the middle here, so young Tom Newton doesn't want it, but he's got it this time. He'll have a good crack, this boy. I love watching him play. He's only in grade 11. Unfortunately, he's not weighty enough to get to ground, but his support play there gets him down so they can recycle. And some good hands out there. Let's see if we've got any pace on the wing. Great support play. Outman takes it. He's got Newton inside him. Oh, well taken by the big fella. And a great step, too, around onto the wing. Who can take him down? Ball comes back into Outman. He's got Frost on his inside, but doesn't give it. Pass comes away. Oh, some great tackling there by the Launceston defenders. Awesome support play by Quins down the right-hand side there. And they've got the numbers here. They've got a score. Great play by that set of Harlequins players, particularly the big guys out there in Outman and Newton, who ran about 60 metres down the field together, backwards and forwards. So really excellent play. Launceston are going to have to be a little bit sharper on getting their defence to match up at the breakdown. Launceston had way too few defenders actually down on that line there, and it was too easy for Quins. Just missed. Good effort though, great try, exciting try. Great work to Quins to strike back there really quickly. So the slow return, Launceston taking their time, but they've got a set here to receive the kick. So Panisi with the ball. The kickoff, it's a good long kickoff too. He's cleared, made it hard down there for the Launceston players to field that ball. And they bring it back slowly, but together. It's a good way to play. That ball's come forward off the pass. Revovo and Fafita there, just having a nice little interaction. So Harlequins with the scrum. Newton puts the ball in, but Launceston just push over that too easily. So the ball comes right. Agayava tries to fend off and breaks two tackles there, but just taken to ground. Good effort. Taken towards the line there by the defender. Not sure if they can get them out there, but Turnbridge and I don't know how that ball ended up back there. So Newton picks it up and gives the pop back. It's getting messy. They've lost about 40 metres in that transpiration of play there, but we'll keep going. And this might give Quins a chance to settle, but no, they've lost the ball. So Revovo there, flat on his back. Needs a bit of air. And after all of that mess, Quins have knocked it on in the bottom of that ruck, and Launceston will have a scrum, which they'll relish in this sort of field position. Just take a little moment here for Revovo to get some water into him. I'm sure he'll be fine. Just, I think, found himself in the bottom of the ruck. Looks like he's just getting up now. So we should be ready to scrum. All right, Quins need a bit more oomph behind this scrum here. They've been pushed off their own ball the last few times, so they don't want to make this too easy for Launceston. someone's Harley in the background.
One of your mates, Deon?
Oh, absolutely, must be. So Launceston with the ball, goes blind there. Well, bad luck to Frost, who just broke out there. So ball comes around right by the sideline, unable to drag the player into touch there. Launceston get their own ball here. Lachlan Wood picks that and drives it, and out we go again. So Fafita, Agava, he'll find his son out there in a bit of space, breaks a couple of tackles. The offload, but no one out there. Sam Wise picks it up and gives it back inside to Agava, who fends a couple of players. They've got him now, close to the line here. The pop ball comes back to Wise again. Tackle looks maybe a little bit high, but no. Players are offside there, but they all get back. And Launceston pick and drive again. And good work there to Dylan Smith. He's worked pretty hard so far and manages to find himself over the line for the try. So good support here. Just the easy fend off from Agava on Newton. At least Newton was trying to go low, but he's not big enough there. Yeah, that arm just over the shoulder. The ball came out to Fallon, who was then able to take it forward. And Smith with the quick pick and drive here, and Quinn's just too tired to get back.
I think the kick missed there.
Right. Heard a whistle.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. You only blow the whistle only normally blow the whistle if the conversion's made. So I think we're looking at 21. Yeah, the
right.
score says 21-7, but I thought that the conversion by Harlequins was missed. So we can double check that. They're going to have a break soon, so it'll be quarter time shortly. Just a bit of a substitution there, and Fafita with the kickoff. That's the one that he wants there. Look at this. These two have had a great competition so far. And ball lost the first time. Smith won it the second time. It was won nicely by Quinns there, but the player's still off his feet. And great work again by the Launceston players to keep the ball in their hands through there. So, but they've turned it over. There's a big hit in there from Fafita on Newton, who gets the ball for away to Altman, out to Turnbridge. Comes back inside with the support. He's found Newton, who's hit there in a tackle by Fafita and drops it. Agava's got it now, the younger. And Frost tries to get him, goes too high though and doesn't hang on. So he beats a few more tackles and then recycles the ball really nicely. And I've said recycled about 63 times today. Agava's through again. No one's going to catch him. No one wants him, and he's over.
I was just winding back the clock here today.
Absolutely. Great play there. Get him up on the replay. I always get worried though when players don't dive when they score tries. I think he's a little bit lazy there, and he's just put the ball down. He nearly spilled it, and the dummy carrying it in two hands. I think Turnbridge wasn't able to take him. And here he goes. Conversions made in the background, and just manages to get it down.
Quarter time.
Quarter time.
Stop the clock.
There it is. So I'll just adjust our scoreboard here.
Well, that was entertaining.
Yeah, high scoring so far. So Launceston up 28-5. I can see on the far side on the scoreboard too that they've corrected that. So, yeah, not a bad game. Not a bad game. Quinns, unfortunately, haven't been able to hang on to the ball for long enough to make any metres up the field. And then their tackling's left a little bit to be desired. Just need to start hitting those Launceston players a bit lower. Far too many missed tackles. So that's why Launceston have got this big score so far. And if they keep this up, they'll make the century by the end of the game. So, first quarter down, 17 minutes of play roughly, but our clock will just tick over hopefully around the 17-minute mark when we restart. We're looking at 35-minute halves approximately and playing, here we go. And the kick's been made and the whistle's been blown and we're away. All right, so Launceston, that's another Fafita there. Simone, he's had a good run down there, but he's thrown that ball forward in the tackle. And referee Holloway's all over that. So Quins have had a few scrums here and they've not managed to win their own. I think we've had a bit of a change of halfback out there too. We're now looking at some of the bit more experience. We had Tom Newton in there. Had a good effort, but he's been replaced, I think, by Cameron Ransley. A lot more experience there from Ransley. Certainly, I think he's used to playing out in the outside backs, but yeah, Quins are able to get that ball out of there. Ransley picks it and finds a little bit of space, but he gives it to Newton, who kicks over the top. I must say there that we do now have two father-son combinations because Tom Newton, this is his dad here about to make a big tackle. Ball comes back inside. Great hit there by Newton. That's an excellent tackle.
No doubt, young Newton's played some Aussie rules. That was a torpedo.
Oh, yeah, Newton goes high there. Tackle's not made, though, and we'll see some advantage happening. And Newton Senior can't make the tackle on that man there, Palais. But he's taken down by Newton. So Newton's everywhere, covering the whole field. And a few loose high tackles there. And the ball's been held up. So excellent defence there by both Newtons. So Richard being the senior of the two Newtons out there at the moment. But great to see that Richard and Tom are playing next to each other in that back line when we see Elijah and Tua Agaiava play. Well, they're not now, but we're in the first quarter. In fact, I think they're both having a rest. So the Launceston back line's got Manu Fafita in there still. But outside him, they've now got, I think it's Sukopi Fanguna and Finesi Palais. So the ball comes out and won there by Launceston off their own scrum. And Palais tries to go forward but loses that ball in contact. So Harlequins defence not doing too bad a job here on their line. They'd love to win this scrum and be able to ease the pressure by getting the ball out of this defensive end that they've been stuck in for pretty much the whole game, except for a few brief moments when they scored that try earlier. Entertaining game of rugby. It's been really good. Really exciting highlights out here. The Agaiava brothers father-son combo and the Newton father-son combo. Jeff Outman having a great run out there. Ransley takes it blind. He's got some space. He could have run a little bit further there, but kicks ahead and the ball's going to roll. And into touch. That is a really, really exceptional piece of play by Ransley. Quins really needed to get that ball out of that defensive end of the field. And the ball just happened to bounce in the right spot off that wobbly kick and has just rolled and rolled and made it into their attacking half. So great play by Ransley, good experience shown.
Very nice.
You've got a few fans out the front here, I think, Deon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're saying, is he in there?
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I can see him there. They can probably hear my voice yelling really loudly and going, where is he? So, Launceston with the line out. Where's it going to go? Into the hands of Fafita. Takes it down and pops it back out to the halfback. Goes to the other Fafita. Commentary's easy with names today. There's Fafitas and Newtons and Agaiavas, and that's pretty much all I need to say. Interesting little ruck there with players standing over the top of each other. I think Palais again having a good hard run. No, it wasn't Palais. Here comes Fafita. Ball just in front of him and the defence tries to get up, but he's able to step them easily. And Ransley in the last line of cover defence there is doing a great job. Just another missed tackle. Great pop there. Again, this just cover defence from Quins is doing a good job, but I think they've given away a penalty in there. Ball's now over the line. Quins have managed to win that back. I think we'll see a try here.
This guy here cop one, I think.
Yeah, right. I think that's Turnbridge maybe in that last ruck.
Just lost your mic there a little bit, Deon.
Really, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Sounding all right?
That's better. So, what have we got here? We've got a kick on goal.
I think he's actually awarded the try in the end.
He missed.
We'll just go back and have a look. So the ball came over, and I think the penalty was awarded, and the ball comes down to this ruck. You can see Turnbridge in the background there. I'm not sure what happened. Ball comes into the ruck, and the man on the left-hand side there, I think it's Fafita, just picks it out of that ruck and pops it over the line. And that was converted too. So Launceston with another 7-pointer. I think our scoreboard on the other side there still says 28-5. I think he's missed that, but it's 35-5. It's a great kick by Newton, and well taken down there. I think that's Hugh Parbury playing really deep. He's been monstered by Newton, who kicked that. Newton's done a power of work actually on the field. He's kicked that ball, and he's the only chaser. He's doing a really awesome job. So Frost takes the ball back inside, gives it to Ransley wrapping around, who chips over. He's found some space. Will it bounce for him? It does, and he's over just under the posts. Fortuitous bounce there for Ransley, not for the Launceston defenders there though. The ball just shanked to the right, away from the defenders. Turnbridge just said, no, thanks, mate, I'll take the kick.
Oh, no.
And he's, speaking of balls shanking, he shanked that one.
Well, that's one for his 50th, isn't it?
Just see the ball here. The defenders are covering really well, and it just bounces to the right, exactly where Ransley wanted it. And, oh, I'd like to have another look at that. Just whether he gets this ball down or not.
It was close, wasn't it?
And, oh, we won't play that again.
That's all good, thanks, mate. Right on it. Got a name on this?
So Harlequins 10, Launceston, I think. That's should be 35. Otakolo there can't take that ball, and it comes back though to Parbury. Gives it out to Fafita, who's got a mean right foot step on him, finds some space, gets his way all the way around Michael Dodd out there. He's not going to catch him. Ball gets dished off to Fafita. And will he get caught? Will he get caught? Oh, great effort, great attempt to make the tackle there. But Simone Fafita, too good. Too much pace. And that's a great try to Launceston. So one Fafita takes it deep down in defence and scores up the other end by another Fafita. So Launceston forging ahead there, I believe 42-10. 2 tries to them so far, both converted, and 1 try. See Richard Newton here coming off for a well-deserved rest. The guy's having a blinder out there. All right, Launceston with the kickoff. Fafita goes left this time and long. Ball's kicks fielded nicely back there by the Quins player, who takes a little bit of a step and makes it around 1. Just hangs onto it. Fafita with the tackle, and Quins go to the ruck. Players just falling over that, but the ball comes out wide here. Oh, nice left foot step and straightens up. What a run. He's going to be caught though. Oh, and slips. He needs some support. And it's been taken off him on the ground. So Launceston's scrambling defence there did well to recover that ball. But that was an excellent run. A great step off the left foot there by Aaron Carroll. Fortunately slips. So Launceston, ball on the mid part of the field. Lachlan Wood has a good little run here. Makes 10 metres. He's a tough man to tackle. Newton's got to roll out of there, and he hasn't done well enough. But Launceston clear that ball out, and ball's knocked on. So we'll see a penalty back there. Unfortunately, Tom Newton is in that tackle. Just rolled over on top of the ball. and didn't make a good enough effort to roll out of the way.
Good, Tommy, good pressure, boy.
So Fafita will kick for the touchline. I don't think he's got enough on that. No, it just gets out. Carroll can't quite get there. See it, that ruck. Newton fell over that ball there, and he's trying to get away, but not well enough. Oh, actually, maybe he wasn't penalised. Might have been Frost who's grabbed that ball who gave away the penalty in the end. So Launceston with the line out. Ball's thrown in, one easily. Ball comes down to Parbury, who just did a slow throw. We've had a whistle. Okay, so that throw was not straight. You can see the hand signal there by Holloway, referee. Something that really helps with the commentary, but also with spectators, is good, clear hand signals by a referee. So it's easy to know what penalties or what decisions are being made. So Frost will throw this ball into the line out, and Panisi takes it. Ball comes out to Carroll, who can't quite catch it, and he's knocked it on. He stopped there. You got to keep playing, play the whistle. Something you don't want to do is turn your back to an opposition defender who may be bearing down on you. So unfortunate play there for Quins, not being able to get that ball out, and Launceston will have a scrum centre field here, about 18 metres out, directly in their attacking 22. So what are we going to see here? Is Parbury going to take the ball himself? He's shown he's pretty fleet-footed. He had a nice try scored at the start of the game. Or is he going to give it to Fafita, who's going to use his players out wide in Fanguna? No, he comes right, finds Fafita, who gives the ball off there to Parley, and Parley fends off the tackler and scores an easy one. Good chase by Ransley to put a bit of pressure on, but not good enough. So Launceston pretty close to hitting the half-century mark. Fafita with the kick, and that's good. He's got a great drop kick, this guy. He has not missed one. So 7 converted tries by my reckoning. Once your ball comes back to the middle, you see, I think, the scoreboard on the opposite side. I think that might have missed one. We'll get that clarified at half-time for you. And 2 lone tries to Harlequins. Great one, I think, scored by Jeff Altman after an amazing run down the field with Richard Newton, and one scored by Cameron Ransley. So the kick's deep and to the left again. Taken back there by Quins with a big run up here. Well tackled there by Fafita to just slow the big fella down. And they've got to release him now that he's gone to ground. And the ball juggled again here by Quins. Just Newton unable to take that bouncing pass, and it's knocked on. Harlequins really struggling here to stay in the game. Tunbridge was made the first knock on, and that's the one that's being played, and then hit it along the ground to Newton. So Parbury, just a messy scrum there, and that's won by Quins. Ransley picks it up and gives it to Carroll, who steps this way and gives it to Newton, who's got some space, but the pass is forward. Oh, he was relishing that opportunity, was the young fella too. He's pinned his ears back. See Quins with a good scrum there to win that ball. And Carroll with a good step off the right foot. Unfortunately, that ball's just marginally forward. So Parbury, scrum in the same place. Gives it out to Fafita with a little grubber through here. It's taken well by Turnbridge, who gives it back to Ransley. And they've got some numbers. I don't know what's going on out there. This player's being tackled without the ball, but Ransley gets around. Oh, and I don't know what he's done, but he's gone for the little grubber, and the ball hasn't even gone out yet. And knocked on by the Launceston player. Just interesting in back play here. Not sure what was going on, but Parlay gets up off the ground there and just runs straight into Carroll. Ransley runs around the outside, steps back in, decides, no, I better kick it, and he's totally and utterly dropped it onto the ground. But the ball didn't go out. It's been deemed a kick, and then unable to be taken by Fafita. So lucky, very lucky play out there for Quins. Okay, Harlequins with the scrum just outside their defending 22. Ball comes back nicely to Ransley. Finds Carroll. He's got a good step. He loves that left foot step and straightening up. Oh, he's just got to keep his feet. Nobody with him, so he's taken by Fafita. And Fafita's got his hands all over that, but no, he's told to let it go now. So Quins go, oh, the awful one-handed pass. Just makes it so hard for those players out there to do anything. And unfortunately, Turnbridge, in his attempt there to just give that ball off to Newton, has lost it forward. Just those loose passes, I think, getting a little bit anxious out there, Quins, and you want to play good, positive rugby, but this ball here just didn't need to happen. No one was ready for it. And there's the knock on. So Launceston, another attacking opportunity. The defence has been pretty good this last sort of passage by Quins. Probably about a minute from half time. Parbury puts the ball in, a nice easy win to Launceston this time. He's got Fafita around him, who steps back inside and taken well by Carroll. So Launceston will spread it to the left. Wood with the ball, nicely tackled. Again, that player Carroll's come on and do a great job at helping his team out. So Frost wins the ball and he's away. There's no one in front. Shouldn't have kicked that. He had a clear paddock in front of him with all these offside players. But Ransley's got the pace here. Fafita dives on it. And then both players fall over the top of him. So Launceston to recover that ball there. Parbury with a interesting little kick, and we'll see half time there.
That's it.
So an entertaining half of rugby. Launceston, I think, with 7 converted tries and Harlequins with 2 unconverted tries. So 49-10 looks like our score. And we'll take a bit of a break here and see you back for the start of the second half shortly.
Why? I wouldn't, Jim. I wouldn't.
So, second half about to begin. Just got a confirmation of the score. It was actually 47-10, so there was a missed conversion by Launceston. So 6 out of 7 conversions there. Been kicked by Fafita. And now Harlequins with the ball. Panisi kicks. It's a good kick taken there by Guyver. Steps off the right, steps back off the left, and well taken by Carroll. He's been a godsend to Quins as Carroll certainly kept them in it and had some good attacking. Oh, massive hit there by Frost. Not really any arms in that tackle.
Still got the ball though.
Still managed to hang on to that ball there. And he gets up and they have a smile about it, so good work.
You heard the big sound effect there.
So good running here by the Launceston players. A bit of a substitution at half-time with a few players, and they're on top already. It's Will Gardner there with the big run, is the man who just got smashed by Frosty. Ball knocked down in the tackle by Harlequins, so Launceston will run to the right, and number 26, Sione Tohamata. It's just come on and he's over. The support play is really great. I think these smaller numbers are actually helping Launceston a lot here. They've got some really good combinations working together. Harlequins have certainly shown that with a few of their players, particularly Outman, who's no longer out there, and Richard Newton played some really excellent support play together. But Launceston are really, really on top.
Gets it.
Conversion's good. So they'll go ahead to 54-10. And the kickoff from Launceston goes right, found by Panisi, who gives it off to Turnbridge, who has a good run and manages to hang on to it. Maybe that wasn't Turnbridge, maybe that was someone else. But Launceston are actually able to pilfer that ball there through the hands of their captain Gardner, and the ball comes out to Fafita, who goes to ground. Picked up, and good drive there, good run from their hooker in Kieran Fallon. He's tackled by Newton. Ball comes to Agayava. Just takes it into contact very easily and hands it over to his son, and then pops back up and picks it again. Tries to fend off, but unsuccessful this time. Taken to ground. Quins players haven't released yet. And there we go, ball running out again to the right in Launceston. Agayava finds a bit of space there. It's a good attempt to tackle, didn't quite hold on. And in the number 5 there for Launceston, pops that ball out to that man, Tohamata, who scores his second try of the quarter. So this tough match continues for Harlequins.
No.
No, and he's missed. So 59-10. So some great play out here so far by the Launceston team. Great hands, really. They're just not pushing passes that aren't on. And the kick comes here to the left. Tom Newton, he'll have a bit of a run there. Fends off one, he better move back inside. Gets around a second one. Oh, manages to hold off the big fella.
Go again, Tommy!
Oh, and he's in, number 22 for Quins. What a great run by Mason Colgrave off the back of an exceptional run from Tom Newton. Got through both Agayavas on that one. Managed to get his way around the outside there, slipped a few tackles, gave it off to Colgrave, who's run over and scored. Great work by the Quins players. There really is some exciting talent out there. I can't talk enough about Newton, and he's converted that try too. So showing some great leadership and great attacking prowess out there. Well done. So just Quins will be happy to just narrow that margin by a little bit after that great run down the sideline. I think you said before, Martin, you can tell that he marked that ball on his chest, didn't go back, he just pinned his ears back and took a run. You can see he's had a bit of experience at catching and kicking the oval-shaped ball. So ball comes back, Launceston with a clearing kick. That's a nice touch finder, and it'll just be right on the halfway mark. Interesting decision for the line-out to be where it is, because that's where the ball bounced. Harlequins in Ashton Reid, another one of the young players here actually. He's just mentioned this morning that someone said that he's only just turned 18, a relatively new player, and he's had a good game so far. So we'll throw it in here and we'll see Panisi jumping. Ball knocked on there by Launceston. So Panisi didn't even get the jump there. Not sure, bit tricky. Panisi normally finds himself out in the back line, so Quins with their problems with positions and with their lack of players today just makes it a little bit challenging for them. So with Ransley on the bench, we've got a new halfback out here for Harlequins. Hopefully the Quins forward pack can win this and give their backs a chance. So ball comes back and they come to the right. Great draw and feed there, and Newton's got a bit of space, and Agayava can't hold on to him again, and he gives the ball back in. Now that's the man who scored that try before, Colgrave, but unfortunately he's unable to hold it. So Newton's proving a handful. Great little combination there from Colgrave and Newton again down the right-hand side. Colgrave looks like he needs a bit of a break. But excellent work. Just really good, solid running there by Tom Newton. He's got the much bigger player, gets his hands on him. He just managed to keep his legs. Didn't allow himself to be taken into touch, and the tackle slipped off. So just showing a little bit of a chink in the armour of Launceston. And Fafita's now coming to halfback. He'll run wide here. And, Newton can't quite hold on to him. But it's taken nicely by Carroll, I think that is. He's done a great job to hang on to him. Colgrave drives in the ruck. Turnbridge comes out. And Reid just slowly running back there. I think Tom Newton's down in back play with holding his knee. The ball comes left for Launceston into the hands of not sure who that is in the number 3. That's Lachlan Wood, who was wearing number 1 earlier possibly, but maybe not. So Newton's down. He looks like in a bit of pain there, the poor fella. Not sure what happened back there. It was probably in that in the attempted tackle on Fafita that he spun around and probably hit his knee on the ground maybe. Hopefully he will be okay. So we'll just have a little bit of a pause about halfway through this third quarter. Launceston so far dominating. However, Been some good, exciting play by some of the youngsters in the Harlequins team when they've managed to get their hands on the ball. Still not really happy, Newton, so it's not good to see. Just down there, shuffling through the first aid kit.
Not sure if we got a shot of that or not there, Deon.
The replay.
Yeah, it might be gone now. But
Yeah, a bit too far in the past to catch that one, unfortunately. I'll just say, in the tackle, he swung around, and I think he's just landed badly on his knee. He's a pretty tough kid. I expect to see him probably get up and be helped from the field. Still not happy. Yeah, get some ice on that. Hopefully we can just numb that for him and help him off so he can get that looked at better in a better place. While we wait for this to happen, we might just
take a little break.
Just cut away and take a break, yeah. All right, so Tom Newton helped from the field. And they're just going to replace him. I think Cameron Ransley will come on to take his place. Ransley into the second row with Frost at halfback. So, ball's in. Oh, and just managed to hook that back. Frost takes it and gives it to Newton down the sideline. Manages to stay in. Oh, he's so close to that touch line. And he's run through the lot of them. But can he be taken down? No, he cannot. And he dives over. What a run from the big fella. He was so close to the touch line as he hit the front of us down here. And I don't know how many attempted tackles there were, but let's have a look. Here we go. Frost finds the ball eventually. And Newton on the wing. Okay, there's one down. Oh, look how close his feet are. 2 down. 3. And the final 4. And oh, yeah.
Classic.
And a conversion attempt in the background there's no good, but we don't care about that when we can watch big fellas like that dive over. Well done, Newton. Great work. There he is.
Have a drink, son.
Great work. So Quins in the last 5, maybe, I don't know, most of this half have really been on top. Launceston scored a couple of quick tries, but Quins have really had the run of the game. So the kickoff finds the ground and knocked on down there by Gardner. No, we've called that backwards by the look of it. Okay. Hard to see from my angle. So they go to the ruck and clear the ball out to Agayava. Goes one way, goes the other, fends one off. That seems to be his favourite move there, the right-hand fend. Gives it back to Gardner. Did a good hit on Newton. Yeah, holds on to him. Can't quite get him to the sideline, though. And Launceston go back to the right. Hit the ball up in the middle of the field there. Just the Harlequins defenders not coming up off their line. And unfortunately, Ashton Reid there has been pinned for coming offside. The ball there deemed to still be in the ruck. Yeah, never got back onside. And as we see the kick for touch there by Launceston clears the line, and they'll have a line out 10 metres inside their attacking end. So Fallon throws that ball in and it's juggled and taken. Ball comes off. I think that's Fanguna with the ball there in the number 5. And again, Fallon getting busy. This is where Launceston will be relishing having a big bench. So they've almost got a full side on their bench there. Ball comes back out to Fallon. Finds a bit of space. Taken down by Panisi. Just trying to roll away there. Stays down and out of it. Frost gets up quickly and makes a tackle on Gardner. And unfortunate there that Ransley was all over that ball. But Fafita just finds a great big gap and pulses through. You can see there, Frost got up and tackled, and Ransley's all over that ball, just being held onto by Gardner, and then eventually gets it back. And Fafita, with Carroll running up fast on the outside, hangs onto it.
Scores.
And the conversion's good. Yeah. So Launceston hit back after
three-quarter time.
Three-quarter time. That's interesting. I thought I was only about a minute behind on my clock. All right, well, 66-22, high-scoring affair. It's a long game as well to play with only 10 people on the field at a time, so it's really testing the fitness of both sides. Launceston, with a much bigger squad, are going to find that a lot easier. Unfortunately, Harlequins have had a couple of injuries as well, so it's making it tough for them. But they're hanging in there. They haven't put their heads down. Ransley's been good when he's been on. Richard Newton there in the number 20, you can see, has been exceptional. Scored, I think, scored once and been involved in a couple of, or certainly one of the other tries from Harlequins. He's really worked hard, and his son, Tom, has come off with an injury to his knee. He'd also been playing really well. So it's great work by Harlequins to score 4 tries, given that their opposition have scored quite a few more than that. 10 by the... 10 tries, 10-4. Just take a break while the players do. Fourth quarter here, playing approximately 17-minute quarters, and the scoreboard is correct. Launceston are 66, have scored 10 tries and 8 conversions, and Harlequins on 22 have scored 4 tries and only 1 converted. Just really having a good crack, Harlequins, against this Launceston team whose fitness, I think, and sheer numbers are making it much easier for them. So well taken again down there by Reid. He's having a great game, this young fella. And oh, what a big hit. Great collision in the middle of the field there. Reid runs into Otakolo and hangs onto the ball and keeps running. What a great effort. Unfortunately, Turnbridge there with the one hand has had trouble with passes not coming to him today. He's juggled a few and had a few knock-ons. So difficult for him out there, I think. Panisi with the loose ball out of that ruck. So a great run by the young fella, Ashton Reid, too. Exciting. Get some steam up. Looking pretty dangerous out on this side. Launceston with Parlay in the number 14. So Fafita goes right and gives it off to the other Fafita, who drops the ball cold in the tackle, but it's gone backwards. And Launceston recover and will settle and push the ball right. Fanguna with the ball. He's hard to take down, but Quins do it. They might be on that ball. No, just missed it. Fafita here with the ball. Comes out wide to the left. And there's that man Parlay. Again, some good tackling by Launceston. But I think unable to hold Fafita up that time. He's been a really excellent player all day, Fafita. He started off playing at fly half. Yeah, he was very busy with the Agayavas outside him. And now he's moved into half-back where he's amongst it all the time, and he's a very good decision maker. So Launceston push ahead. His conversion kicking's been great off that drop kick, and he's got another one. Just does that so easily. Definitely looks like a player who's enjoying having the space around him. He's not a huge guy. He plays quite strong. He's hard to tackle. And he's slowly making his way back to kick the restart. All right, Fafita with the restart. Heads off to the right. It's a nice shallow kick. Who's going to take it, Panisi or Reid? Panisi juggles it. Ball goes backwards and it's dived on down there by a player from Launceston. I think that was Sam Wise. But Quins managed to get it back. So Reid runs across field, gives it off to Ransley, who's had a good game. Finds his support play outside. And the hit down there by Fanguna didn't have a lot of arms in it and just bounces off. And here he is, that man. But the ball's come forward. And I think that ball that's gone forward has been taken by an offside player. No, we're going for a scrum. Watch Reid running across field. Doesn't really help his players outside him. Ransley manages to get it out. This tackle here. Oh no, the arm was out. He just managed to break through it, did the attacking player. So Quins with the ball here with Ransley on the side. Gives it away to Newton, who scored from this area earlier. Ransley takes that ball and grubbers it, and it stays in nicely. And can't be taken down there by the Launceston player, who's managed to get up off the ground with the ball in his hands while being held on by Ransley. And
yeah, good work, Cameron.
but a great chase there by Ransley. Great grubber to keep that in play. Great work. And Launceston have gone with a quick tap here off the penalty from that ruck. Panisi really needs to drive that man off that. Frost is not letting go, but no, his tackling player hasn't released. So the no-look pass there to Reed. He loves the contact, this boy. And he goes the wide pass. Oh, Wise has copped the high one. So we'll come back here to the penalty. Very lucky. I think foul play normally supersedes any other law breaches. Lucky to get away with that. So see this big long pass here. Wise grabs it and just cops one over the neck. Got to be really careful with that. I know Turnbridge didn't mean to. It was an accident. But Quins are lucky to come away with the ball from there. So ball's been kicked into touch, and Frost will throw in the line out. They've had a bit of a struggle here with Panisi in there. Sort of seems out of place, jumping in the line out. It's not something they've practiced. And up he goes, and the throw goes way over the back, and nobody wanted it. So it's taken by Fanguna, who offloads. I'm not sure who this player is here, trying to get back up and just pops it back, and I think Fanguna hangs onto it. But well done by Newton there to rip that ball off. Turnbridge needs to straighten up here and look for some help. And he tries to and runs into some traffic in the tackling. So ball comes out here again to Kahu Rapidi. And there's been a kick. If this ball stays in, Quins are a shot. Oh, good stepping there by the Launceston player. Player's only just come on the field there. I think that's Chris Davey. Been involved down this wing a few times. So Launceston with the ball deep in defence. Ball comes out and is taken to ground by Brown. And kicked out here. Frosty's underneath it. Oh yeah, he's managed to gather. He just needs to find some space here. Straightens up. It's a good effort and well tackled by Fafita. He doesn't really make a good enough effort to get out of the way here, but Ransley takes the ball, finds Turnbridge, who kicks without anyone really chasing that. So we're going to come back for some offside play at the ruck. Just go back, we'll watch that collision here from Frost. He has a nice sideways run and then decides to straighten up. Hits Fafita, who just hangs onto him. Quins managed to get that ball out, but the player on the side of the ruck there is offside. So we see the ensuing penalty kick to the sideline by Panisi. Can Harlequins win their own line out? That last throw by Frost didn't have anyone on the end of it. Hopefully he's teed up with someone if he wants to try that again. You'd love to see a big Richard Newton out there at first receiver running onto that about 5 metres out.
I'll try. No club will take me, mate. I can't kick the ball straight. Too good. Yeah, Barcelona want to sign me for a year. 20 mil contract.
Okay, Harlequins with the line. It goes to the front, knocked on, I think, by Launceston. Just see again here, the Launceston player at the front there. Don't know that the ball went 5. And Harlequins will have a scrum 15 metres out, 6 metres out from their line. 15 from the sideline.
Hey, shut up, Colin.
Richard Newton here, loitering devilishly close to the scrum. See the ball come this way. Frost dishes, hangs on, and the big fella, no one can tackle this guy. And I do love to see the way they score that try. It's a dive every time. None of this reaching down and touching the grass. You got to make sure of it. and he deserves it. Good work. Michael Frost there too has been getting involved in this last part of the match. So good work from those guys. Ransley is going to take the kick from way out. Not a bad looking kick either. Yeah, close. Good effort. Good effort.
I've got to give our Launceston viewers just one look at this. Just while we've got a moment here.
Oh, hang on. Yeah.
There it is, everybody. The wonderful Mount Wellington.
Beautiful day out here. It's pretty fresh. Not a lot of warmth in the air, but sun's shining. Long shadows on the field. And next week we might show you that same shot with snow all over the big cap up there.
Well, it's pretty close to it this week, wasn't it?
It was. Frost with the kickoff. Ball falls in the arms of Fallon, who dishes off to Otakolo. Finds Fanguno, taken nicely in the tackle there by Dodd. Ball pops out. Finds the hands of Fafita on the outside here. Dishes off again. And good tackling there. Ball's taken over the sideline. Dodd recovers. Reed's taken in a nice tackle there. But we're coming back here for the ball going over the sideline. There's no advantage from that. All right, what's Frost going to do here? Who's he going to get this ball to? Launceston's line out's a bit slicker. He needs to find Panisi. No, and not onto it. So the ball's won again by Launceston off that line out. Ball comes wide here and over the top there to Wise, who's got a little bit of space in front of him. He's got some pace too, hasn't he? Oh, well taken down in the tackle, I think by Carroll.
Fair run.
It was a great run, nice pace, but great cover work there by Carroll. Carroll's been really good when he's been on the field. I think he might be probably going to join us later in the day when Harlequins are playing in the next match against Taroona. So we may, he might be out there playing in 2 games. Quins with their line out again, but they've not been able to win any of them. Just waiting for their back line to get onside. And Launceston win it again. Ball not able to be taken by Fallon. And he's attempted to pass it. Oh. And it's Parbury trying to recover that ball on the ground and couldn't take it and had a bit of pressure on him. It's the old make sure you play the whistle. So Ransley trying to work out which side he needs to put this ball in at the scrum. See Dodd versus Wood, I think, on this side in the scrum there. 2 experienced players. Quins managed to hook that ball back, and Ransley dishes off to Carroll. He'll step off that right foot. No, gives it out to Turnbridge. Needs to pass. Oh, hangs onto it nicely. Well done. And a good tackle there coming over, but not held onto, just a push. So Turnbridge helping out there to recover. And Harlequins should see this ball come out of the ruck here. No. That'll be a penalty against Launceston players for hands in the ruck. Can't grab that ball in there. Number 21.
Just make sure of it. Distance isn't the issue. Yeah, it is.
Unfortunately, the kick does not find touch. It just finds Wise, who goes for a bit of a run, but a bit of an ordinary no-look pass that goes forward. Probably got a few minutes left to play. Quins wouldn't mind scoring another one. I reckon we'll see Newton linger again in a dangerous position. Yep, here he is on the wing just in front of us. Frost will take this ball and he won't pass it this time. There's my prediction. And he might even score himself if he does. They're all going to be hanging off to try and get Newton. Ball doesn't come out. Newton needs to find some help, and he does. Gets it back to Ransley, who gives it to Frost. Goes wide to Carroll. Carroll needs to straighten up a little bit here. He will off his left foot. You watch. No, he gives it wide. That's a great pass. Look at the space. The arcing pass over the top there, and he finds his teammate out wide, who's just running at top speed onto that ball. That's exceptional play out there. Not sure who that is who scored that try. It's Jonah Albert. Great running by Albert. He's actually played some nice hard rugby. So great work there, Harlequins. Excellent work by Carroll. Aaron Carroll out there, who's really a live wire on the field. Just his attacking play, taking the ball up and really committing the defence of Launceston has created lots of opportunities. And in that case, followed up by a cracker of a pass. I'm just going to flip that back onto the replay. Oh, you'll only just catch it. There it is again. It's the best I can do. It was a great try. Great skills from Carroll. Well taken out there too. So the kickoff. Might not only have a short amount of time left to play. Ball goes back to Fafita, who gives it out to Otakolo. Big fella goes for a run. Can they take him? Yeah, he's taken down. Well done. Good work out there by Kahu. Ball comes out there wide again to Launceston. Just taking the ball, not so close. It's a good plan in this tennis side. Oh, and here he is again, the try scorer. Looks outside and finds Ransley. Can he get it out to Turnbridge? He can just, but unfortunately Wise gets in the way of that and steals it. And then Launceston will have another go. So some great, exciting rugby happening at the moment. Some good running from the big fellas at Launceston, but no one really wants it. Launceston will see where are they going to go from here. Halfback, no one to go with. So this is where you just take your time. Make someone work for it. Frost is able to grab him but not hang on to him, and he spins again. Someone needs to take him down, and they do. Again, that man Rapidi. Oh, stray passes happening out here. All it's going to take is a missed tackle, and one of these Launceston players will be through, though. There's no one deep for Harlequins. Oh, another no-look pass there. Finds Otakolo, and he's taken down again. Carroll needs to just get out of the way. Parbury takes the ball and finds Fanguna.
Spread out, Harlequins.
So good ball retention here by Launceston. They're not making any ground, but they're not losing much either. It's a good tackle there. That guy's had a top game read. You can see he's pretty tired. He's just hit the ground there and flat on his back. Launceston have now found a little bit of pace, and I would suspect to see... Oh, no, it goes out to Wise. Agaiava was going to be in there, but Wise has got the pace this time. Bit of injection of some fresh legs out there with Elijah Agaiava coming on, and he was able to find some space out there for Wise. So just the fresh sub happened. You can see he's not even in that back line as yet. He hasn't even come around there at this stage in the replay. He's out on this wing here, number 12. So Agaiava, you could see him in this situation. He thought, no, where's the space? Let's get around here. Let's make something happen. He's directed out there. Oh, look, here comes the ball. Let's do something. Good attacking play. Conversions made in the background there. And referee Holloway calls that the end of the match. So that was a very exciting first match of the day out here at Rugby Park. Really well done to Launceston with an emphatic victory there, scoring 80 points to a 34 from Harlequins. So, yeah, we've seen some really good play, some unfortunate injuries to a couple of Harlequins players that have made it hard for their team. Tom Newton, the young fella, had a cracking game in the first 2.5 quarters, but was injured and had to come off. But he ignited some great plays in the Harlequins side. But the steady hands of, I'd say, Manu Fafita for Launceston really directed them well. He played in first receiver a lot of that game, playing a fly half to start with and ended up playing in scrum half, and then they gave him a rest towards the end. But the depth that Launceston team had as well, having more players and then the fresh legs to come on at the end, as evidenced by the Agaiava Jr., Elijah getting out there and just creating a little bit of space with a bit of pace was pretty exciting. So congratulations to Launceston. And we will catch you for the following match, which is our Premiership division, first division game between Taroona and Harlequins, coming up in around about half an hour.
Good on you, man.
All right, so here we are back for the start of our Premiership game for today in the first division between Harlequins and Taroona. Harlequins team that you can see in front of you is most probably made up of all of these guys. Occasionally we get a few changes. I think the reserve bench might have a couple of changes to that. We'll find out soon enough. Harlequins have had a good start to the year so far with a couple of solid wins, and Taroona had a bit of a drubbing at the hands of Launceston up north, but came back last week strongly to defeat Hobart Lions pretty comfortably on the scoreboard. And there's the Taroona team that you've got there in front of you. One change on the bench. I believe Sam Graves is out and being replaced by Dan Davis-Reid. Sam Graves being a front rower. Don't think that Dan is in the team to take over in that position. Had a good game last week though, did Davis-Reid, and hopefully he'll be looking for a bit of that if he gets on the field here and later on in the reserve grade match between Taroona and East as well. So Taroona with the kick-off, kicking right to, or running right to left, in the hands of Ed Solder, and kick-off's not good, only makes about 4 metres and finds the hands of Ruben McConaughey. So gives the ball straight back to Harlequins with a scrum in the centre of the field to start the game.
Sounding good, Deon. Good.
Something's going on with my... Oh no, it's all good now. I'm getting confused by my delay screen there. All right, here we go. So Adeleo with the ball in, and his captain picks the ball off the back, and they get an advantage. Ball goes astray there. We have a penalty, so Halafanua to Adeleo, and the ball couldn't quite find the hands of Mafu. But that gives Lincoln Whitaker Bowman an opportunity to rake the ball downfield and find touch, which he's done. So Quins with an opportunity to test out their scrum successfully, and another opportunity from here to test out the set piece play from their line out. A few guys out on the field here for Harlequins who had a good impact in their earlier match today. A guy who just put the ball down there, Cameron Ransley, in the number 22, played an exceptional game earlier. So, okay, ball finds Outman. No, finds Newton, rather. And Farley passes wide, finds Whittaker Bowman, goes to Mafu. And Taroona backs just don't tackle him and don't take him to ground. He's fending people off and swatting them like flies, and then comes back to the right and finally finds someone who wants to take him down in Sammy Loper. So Adeleo brings the ball back out. Ball taken to ground. Some good tackling in there by Taroona, but Quins will secure that and go again. Holman just behind the ruck there, not looking good, just staying out of the way. Ball comes left. Nice wide back line here into the hands of everyone's arch nemesis. Well tackled there in the end. And Whittaker Bowman goes with the kick behind. There's no one there. Who's going to get there first? It's not Whittaker Bowman. Luckily, Callum Blowfield for Taroona there, making good tackles, stopping the very dangerous running of Taudai Havea. And then the 22 dropout comes and finds the hands of James Holman. So good decision there from Taroona, but unfortunately Holman's not released that ball on the ground, giving Quins another opportunity. So you just see the Okay, so Quins with another opportunity at the line out there. So we've just got a issue there with our replay. Okay, here comes Harlequins through the hands of Halafanua with the throw-in. Finds Outman, who can't catch it, but manages to knock it backwards, and the player's taken down by Holman. Harlequins with a great pick and drive there. That's Halafanua again, taking that ball up. Okay, they all come again for another go. Can the Taroona defensive line hold them back? They do so far. So Harlequins making some good metres here and putting the pressure on. They're about 10, 12 metres out from Taroona's line. Taroona just securing that ball there. Ball goes wide this time. Inwood running centre there, puts the ball down and picks it back up again after being taken to ground. Bird nearly able to pilfer that one, but not quite. So the ball comes back to Newton. Remember which Newton that is. That's Scott. Today's been dominated by Newton so far. Taroona defenders able to secure that ball there. And takes that ball out. Okay, Taroona with their first opportunity here with the ball in hand. So Garnham to throw the ball into the line out. Just finds the big outstretched arm of Holman, but nobody wants it on the ground. So Eddington finds the ball eventually, but just popping it back out there to Holmes, who gets taken in a heavy tackle, and Newton finds himself with the ball. Casarino just able to get out of the way there. A bit of a knock on there and well pounced on by Bird. So referee wants to have a bit of a chat with Taroona players. I think there's probably a lot of conversation going on out there. And Taroona will see a bit of a scrum. see in that replay there. It was a bit messy there by Taroona. And first set piece with their own scrum for Taroona. Ball comes out and is good. Goes out to Kazarine. He's got a good kicking game, Kazarine. There's a nice little chip and it's just found right down the back there. But Havea covers nicely, playing in at fullback today. Bird and McPhail hit him, but he gets around them easily and finally is taken by Holman. Already working really hard. And Taroona seem to have stolen that ball, I think, there, and have held it up. So some good pressure on the back there. Good defence on the kick chase there by the Taroona players, although Havea still managed to get around them. They're going to have to do a lot better than that with their first two kick chases if they're going to keep kicking it down to him today. Be something for Kazarine to think about, whether he wants to be kicking it to Havea and giving him all of that space, because that man will crucify you if you give him 10 metres. So Taroona starting to settle into their patterns now. Managed to win the ball off Quins here. Quins started pretty strongly, looking a bit damaging in their back line, but just a few little mistakes here and there, just keeping Taroona with a bit of a sniff. So another scrum here to Taroona and a good push. Kazarine goes forward and gives it off to Blowfield. Goes wide to Hall, takes it into contact and goes to ground. Supported there by, no, ball stolen but not released. Player must release the tackled player before he steals it. You can see quite clearly here, tackler never released. He just took him to ground and then pounced straight on the ball. Referees like to see air between you and the tackler, the tackled player. So Taroona again with a set piece. They've been pretty steady. It's something that they pride themselves on at the club. Garnham with the throw. Where's this one going to go? Find Holman at the back. And the throw's gone pretty wide and makes it hard for Holman. So Quins with a win there after the knock-on. And Polo Pua getting himself busy, I think, in there early. It looks like that's been stolen there by Taroona as well. Someone's got to get in there and clean that out. And here comes the ball to Holman. Looks for Bird on his outside, who hangs onto it and goes back in. Pops it out. Solder takes it and chips it through along the ground. It's well looked at. And that's can't do that in rugby union. That's a penalty. Not allowed to intentionally knock the ball out of play. So Havea doesn't want to take that ball, and Taroona will have a penalty 6 metres from their attacking try line. Bad mistake there by Havea. Hopefully someone explains to him on his team how you need to deal with that. Why he didn't grab it and try and avoid the tackle of the two players coming who are much smaller, not sure. So Taroona have had a couple of really good scrums. I don't think Quins have really tried to put any pressure on them. I think in this situation they'll be looking to do that. See the black and green headgear of Mason Colgrave on the side there for Quins. He came on and played a bit of rugby in the reserves grade game just earlier too, so he played really well in that game. So ball goes across field. Kazarine's just going to have to be a bit more direct than that. He's running his centres into easy defence. And Havea goes to take the ball, but everyone stands off him while they think he's going to kick it. And everyone's trying to tackle him high. They just need to get a little bit lower. Okay, and eventually he's taken down by Andreessen. Ball comes back this way and into the hands of Newton. And Loper with a big hand in there in the tackle. He's offside. And that hands the easy ball back to Quinn. So Whittaker Bowman will go with the big kick downfield. But he hasn't made it, so ball finds itself in the hands of Holmes, who gets around Ransley easily, then Colgrave too. And Whittaker Bowman finds his foot and is able to stop him. Ball comes back to Salter, who goes out to Garnham, and Bird, who's been busy getting possessions early, really wants to get involved, takes it into contact. Salter will look for Eddington out here, who he finds, and Eddington with a great run through. Good decision making there, look for the pop pass, but there was no one there, so hangs on to it. Ball comes out to Andreessen, who gives it to Kazarine, out to Blowfield. Just finding a bit of space with Hall. But some good tackling out there. And again, just ball ripped out of the tackle. We're going to call play on here. Ball's ripped out of the tackle. That's backwards off Quins. And the try is scored down there by the saluting hand of Ish Juindam. So just have a look here. This ball's ripped out. It's not a knock-on. It's dropped backwards by Maafu. And only one person wanted to keep playing. So Taroona will be pretty happy with that. And the conversion kick has happened and is good. So the referees were not paying attention. I don't think you can make him kick again. They hadn't awarded the try as yet, so Salter will be made to kick again. I'll bring that footage to you in a minute. You can see good forward movement here. It was a good, well straightened up there by Andreessen. Just created that extra position out there. I think it's Carroll who wasn't able to make the tackle on Hall. So it's all a little bit confusing what's happening here at the moment. So the ball's been kicked. Salter's been sent to go and find it and hasn't been able to. And at last, he's got another ball and he can take his shot. So after a little bit of confusion, the try has been awarded. And Salter will kick to put Taroona ahead 7-0. So the second conversion is good. Taroona take the lead off just some aggressive defence out there by Maafu, ripping that ball out of the hands of Cody Hall, but the rip out of the hands doesn't count as a knock-on, and Juindam was able to pounce on the ball and just run over the line while the Quins players pretty much all watched him. There's a substitution happening over here with Newton coming off and being replaced by Philip Panisi. They haven't actually substituted through the touch judge or the assistant referee. So Whitaker Bowman with the kickoff, comes to the right. It's a nice high kick and aims in the area of Bird, but well taken by Ransley, who pops back to the new player on the field in Panisi. Big hit up in the middle there by Halafanua, just not quite taken low enough, but the low tackle there of Ruben McConaughey just gets him down to ground in the end. Carter with the ball there, a bit of a high tackle over the shoulder from Loper, but it's not picked up anywhere. It's a pretty soft tackle, but it's not okay. Ball gets kicked back behind Hall, wide on the wing, but it's out on the full. Just hear a bit of banter between the Harlequins manager and referee coaches on the sideline. So the quick line out was taken there and then taken over the sideline by Holman. So Halafanua will throw it in. And ball at the front there, won by McPhail from Taroona. Ball comes to ground and Taroona will take this to the ruck. Some dogs having a bit of fun out here in front of us. Holman again with the ball. Ball secured there. And Salter will have another opportunity. Finds Andreessen, who hits it up. Makes a few good metres with a good bit of leg drive. And again, ball comes this time to Loper. Good to see him. He fends off Altman and has another go. But the ball's stolen, bit of a soft carry there. And Quins will take the counter-attack and bring it to the right with lots of numbers. So Havea just finds a gap between Loper, who's well taken by Dewindham in the back there. And ball stolen. Eddington finds it in his hands and makes a few metres, goes to ground, and a good counter-rucking situation here. So Taroona take the ball, but a bad kick from Solder into defenders sees that ball turned over. So Havea took this ball and just ran through the smallest of gaps there. Holmes comes in to put the pressure on, and Dewindham takes him front on. Holmes just tripped him there, which was good, and then managed to tap that ball back. So the ball came back down there to Andreessen, who was tackled, and not sure what the penalty was for there in the end. Going off their feet, possibly. Not sure, I don't think it was. So the ball goes back to the line out of Harlequins. So a bit of a shovel here. Panisi's come to the front of the line out with Altman at, jumping out there at 4, and the throw's no good. He finds Watts. So Taroona take it to the ruck and go out to Garnham. Just runs across and then straightens up, which was the right thing to do there, just to bring that defence back in. Finds Holman outside, who gives it to Kazarine. He's got Bird outside with Blowfield in some space. Hall just takes the ball, steps back inside with a bit of a loop. I think he's been contacted high in that tackle. And the penalty advantage will go to Taroona. So great structure so far by the Blues. Kazarine finds the ball in space, and ball looked a little bit forward, but we've got Holmes here, and he's quick with a little chip over. Where's the ball going to bounce? It's going to bounce for Bird, who manages to get onto it. He needs to roll that back and get some help. And here's McPhail there in support. And the player from Harlequins has come over the top there and secured that. I think McPhail really needed to let it go. So Kazarine goes into halfback and finds Andreessen, who runs back into some space here. Quinn's just not really recovering there and not defending quickly, not getting up off their line. Ball comes out to Holman, who bounces off the shoulder of Marf, who didn't look like a lot of arms in that tackle. And Quins have turned it over. So some good efforts here by Taroona, but good solid defence in the end by Quins on the line. This one here was an interesting tackle. Thought there was didn't appear to be much of a attempt to wrap some arms around in that one, just all shoulders, but it was nothing dangerous looking in it. And in the end, Quins have been able to secure the penalty. So Whittaker Bowman's handed the kicking duties over to Havea, who just clears the line. So a bit of backwards and forwards play. Quins have been up and about very early in the game, but Taroona were able to hold them out and then scored a bit of a try against the run of the play. But probably the last 10 minutes, Taroona have probably had the secure ball and done a good job at keeping Quins out of it. Now Quins have an opportunity to take the ball and run through into their attacking end. And again, no one tackles Havea low. Everyone's just tackling him too high. No one's going to tackle the chest of this man. That's all right, ball's off the foot. Good tackle there, and in the end stolen by Salter. He's got a bit of space in front of him. Carroll comes around, Salter steps. He's got to look for Holmes on his outside. No good, and he's going to lose that ball. But no, it looks like Holmes is going to score in the corner after that too. Not sure how that ball came out of there. The penalty advantage came to Taroona's way. But no, the try's not been scored, and we're going to come back.
The only disappointment fact is the forward
So hand went out as an advantage to Taroona. Just see Salter here, ducks around. Didn't quite get the ball off, looked for it. Ball went to the ground. Must have been knocked on by Harlequins to start with. So, and then potentially called a knock on to Taroona after that. Now, again, lots of question. We don't know what's going on out here. Referee's having just a conversation with the Harlequins players. There was some addition. We've got a yellow card, so against Carroll in this situation. Not sure what that was for. There's a touch judge coming in at that. So here's Carroll here with the tackle, and Carroll's lying on. Oh yeah, Carroll's offside there, and then blocks the pass. So there's intentional cynical play in that situation, which, after Taroona being adjudged, I think knocking that on at some point, was a good call. Carroll's offside and off his feet and not permitted to partake in the play. So a bit fortunate there to Taroona. It was a great run by Salter picking that ball up, and again against the play. Taroona need to really shut down Havia, because he's going to really cause problems for them as this game goes on if they're not going to hit him in the first tackle or even the second tackle. So the line out in the hands of Garnham. We'll look for the safe hands of Holman here and finds them. And then the ball comes popped out to Salter. Looks for Kazarine. He's got Bird out wide. He'll find Dewindham. No. Bird just holds onto it for way too long there and ends up losing it. So the ball comes back, and Watts picks up the scrabbling ball and has knocked it on along the ground in trying to get back up. Just see in this play here, the quick pass needed to happen now. Didn't quite, pass was not too bad. I think Dewindham was running straight at the defender and wasn't able to take it too, so maybe it wasn't the pass that was the problem. Just went a bit low. Quins with a bit of reprieve here with the scrum. So you've got interesting scenario. You can see Tara Havia in the background there, right in the middle of your screen at the top. Ball's taken out there easily by Halafanua, fending off Andreessen. And he looks wide to Turnbridge, who's come on. So another substitution here for Quins. Ball comes back out and finds the hands of Talvelli, I think, there. And Quins will resettle. So Whittaker Bowman finds Mafu, who takes the ball to ground. Well taken in there by Daniel Newton. Oh, great ball, great offload there from Newton. And he finds... it's a good tackle, But Quins managed to recycle that ball out wide. So Taroona just hanging on here. Got to make their tackles. But that ball before from, I think, Newton, who found Talvelli maybe, was exceptional. This is Lockley with the ball. Mafu picks it up. He'll direct someone somewhere and finds Carter. Carter's had a bit of an extra crawl there, and he's taken the ground and not allowed to do it. So after some really good build-up there from Quins, starting with a really excellent ball. Back here from, it was Altman finding number 7 there, Talvelli. Quins were unable to score, and now the kicks come back out of there from Taroona and not found touch. And Quins will have another go. They've got an advantage here. I think Taroona player falling in. So a drop goal attempt there from Whittaker Bowman on that penalty advantage was an interesting decision. He's certainly a creative player. Whittaker Bowman, he's massive shoulders, massive chest, massive thighs. Kick wasn't great in that situation, but they had a free shot, so he'll kick the ball out and give his forward pack a chance. Unfortunately, looks like Talvelli, after that great run down the middle there, is no good. And He's just sort of standing out here in front of us with a bit of help, and he's coming from the field. So this would be possibly 3, maybe 4 injury substitutions for Harlequins in this half. And he was having a really great game so far. So also seeing Sammy Lope help to his feet out there too. So everyone's having a bit of a rest. So Lope's coming from the field and will be replaced by Michael Smith. Taroona find themselves in a slightly fortunate situation today where their first grade team is actually playing before their reserve grade team. So all of their bench will be able to come on fresh. Harlequins, however, have had their reserve grade team, who were very short on numbers, play before this game. And so some of their reserves, even some of their players who are on the field now, have already played some rugby today. So Harlequins at the moment just with a player on the naughty chair. I believe it was Aaron Carroll sent off for a cynical play. We see Harlequins take the ball to the middle of the field with Havia. Some great defence so far by Ish Juindum, but Harlequins are really pushing that ball wide. I think that's Mason Colgrave there, unable to find the line though, and taken over by Andreessen. So just running sideways too much there, Harlequins. I think in this centre of the field here, Havea took it up. He didn't really have much of a go. He's just setting the ball here, gives it to Mafu. And Colgrave needed to straighten up there instead of going himself. He had Turnbridge outside him. He just needed to draw and give Turnbridge that little bit of extra space, but he tried to go for the corner himself and easily taken over the line in the end. So Taroona with a very deep defensive line out. Oh, and the throw's no good. Ball comes back out to Adeleo, who finds his captain, makes a couple of metres, taken down by Holman. Adeleo comes back to the right, goes wide and finds the safe hands this time of Daniel Newton, who's over and scores a try to bring that score up to 7-5. So well earned there by Harlequins. Had a good run of possession, managed to maintain it without losing anything. The poor line out there from Taroona gave the ball straight back to Harlequins, and they were able to score quickly and pretty easily. It's, I think a front rower's dream to be standing out there on the wing in that situation when there's a breakdown in play about 10 metres away from you. It's pretty hard to stop you in that situation. So good work there by Newton. Just see here, he's off our screen. Newton's out there wide, and Salter was the only person paying attention to that. There's a dummy runner inside there in Carter, who a couple of the Taroona players were drawn into. So I think it was Smith and Garnham really needed to just look up, but they both were drawn in. Both were drawn into Carter there. So good play and a good option out there to get that ball wide to Newton. So the conversion, tricky one from out wide, and doesn't go where it needs to go. So the score will remain Taroona 7 and Harlequins 5. Close match. Taroona's structures have been good, but they really need to work on their line out. Quins have maintained their possession pretty well, but a lot of sideways running. I think they need to be a bit more direct, and then they can use space with guys like Carter and Newton on those outside fringes, just getting outside the defensive setup of Taroona. He's certainly a strength of this Harlequin side. So Salter with the kickoff. After his last one, he'll be hoping to do a bit better, and that's a nice kick, nice and shallow there, gives his team an opportunity. Ball's taken there by Lockley nicely and just taken to ground easily, and Quins will settle here. So got Outman, who takes the ball in and is just held, but now tackled, and players must release. Newton and Halifanua want the next one. So Halifanua with the ball, doesn't find Mafu and misses him. Havia grabs it at the back there, and 4 or 5 Taroona players pounce on him, and none are able to take him down. So eventually It's the arms of that man, Holman. I think he's one of the only people with long enough arms to get around. Takes him down. Newton, the try scorer, there with a bullocking run up the field, but Taroona are all over that. I think they're not sure what the call. They've been called as being offside. Looks surprising there. I thought both players were directly behind the ball. I'm not sure how they're offside there, given that they were standing still. But so is adjudged that decision by the referee. Quins with the ball again. Their line-out's been good. See the jiggling fingers of Jeff Outman at number 2 in the jumper there. Gets up a bit early, and Taroona will have to go. That's throw's not straight either. It's just going to give it to them. Yeah, I don't know if one earlier than the others, the way the laws are to be played in that situation. Whoever jumps first should be penalised. Anyway, we'll have another go. Early jumpers and a crooked throw, and that's a very crooked throw. No, not spotted. Good dummy there, and Mafu running a great line, changing direction. Finally taken to ground just by Ed Salter. And Quins with the exciting ball. Here they go, the big guys out on the side here. Halafanua, who's he got with him? Newton's on his inside, Turnbridge on the outside, but he can't find any of them, but still makes another 10 metres in the tackle. Ball comes out to Outman, who finds Lockley. Taroona players can't pilfer, so Quins will go again. They go wide. Whittaker Bowman with the ball. He's got Javier outside him, but he fends. He gets that ball back, but it's on the ground. Kicked forward by the substitution who's come on, and ball knocked on the ground there by Taroona. So some damaging runs there by Harlequins. Taroona's tackling really needs to improve. Harlequins are really showing some great intent. Go really positive attacking rugby. And if they keep this up, they'll find themselves over the line again shortly. So Sonny Amafu has had a really good game so far, playing out of number 12. Just this little change in angle and change in directions causing problems for the defence. So the scrum collapses. Binds are still, I think the bind might have dropped on this side by Smith, but both front rows have collapsed everywhere, so we'll see that again, see that scrum reset. Lovely language there, Fritz, thank you. Just asking you to step out of the way so I could see. And sorry to miss that there, but great try there to Harlequins. We'll just bring that back. And we'll have a look at what happened on the replay. I just wasn't able to see. There are a few people standing in front of the van there. So ball comes out to Mafu, who finds Sevilla. It really just gets around outside Blowfield there, and tackler's not able to take him, so over we go. So great work there to Harlequins. Deserved try. They've been putting the pressure on and really attacking play all along. Oh, and the kick, no, it just goes away to the left. So Harlequins, after a lot of pressure, have taken the lead from Taroona here with only a few minutes left in the first half. And Salter with the quick kick-off, finds nobody ready, and the ball bounces. And so again, apologies, I got the bit of editing wrong there, but we're just going to see a re-kick here. Salter took a quick kick-off, which was in play, but was adjudged to not be ready, so look on again. It's a nice kick there. James Holman attacks it. Newton unable to take it, but the ball comes backwards there. And in the hands of Mafu, who's got a bit of space here. He loves to step back inside. Great pop there to Havia. Taroona try and pounce on him. And here's Carroll, who's back on the field now after spending 10 minutes off with a yellow card. Ball comes wide again. Whittaker Bowman with the chip there. There's covering players back there, but neither of them attack it. Ball bounces nicely for Dewindham, who ducks around the outside there, but finds himself very close to the line. Does a great job to stay in. He's got to be released there. Whittaker Bowman needed to let go once the knee hit the ground and kept going and tried to pull him to the sideline. So fortunate in that situation because there wasn't really a lot of support there for Dewindham. So Taroona with the line out. They've finally managed to win one. It's been a while. And Bird with a good attacking run. Looking for someone who's outside, but decides to hit it up himself. So Taroona come around to the right again. Holman slips. Going to find that tricky. Salter wants to get that ball quickly out, and he's given it to Kazarine, who's coming around to the other side. Unfortunately, he loses the ball. Some great contact there. You can hear that on the effects mic between Whittaker Bowman and Blowfield. And more good solid contacts there. A bit of a high tackle around the head of McConaughey there by Mafu after the first contact, but not seen, and balls ended up turning over to Quinn. So the aggressive defence there of Quinn's winning out in the end. Taroona are going to have to put a bit more effort into their maintaining the ball, possession of the ball when they're in contact. Quins have certainly been disruptive in that respect. Mafu takes the ball in, getting really busy. Finds Newton, who ends up palming the ball off. Oh, Halafanua can't take it. Holmes will have a bit of a... Oh, no, and we have sort of knock-ons both ways there. Holmes was ready to have a bit of a run there, and he thought he was going to have a shot with the have a kick over the back, but didn't find what part of his foot he wanted it to. And we're looking at a minute to play with the Taroona scrum. 35 metres out in attack. So some good hands by Taroona. Ball held on to by Dewindham out there with a little spin, but can't keep his feet. His players come around. No, ball's deemed to be out, so he's onside. The ball was free to play. So Taroona, in what was a reasonably positive attacking situation, have now lost the ball. And Quinn's managed to take it to ground and find Adeleo, who'd like to have a run, but no, he's taken down by Bird. Ball's pushed back, taken by Newton at the back there. Good bustling run there from him. And the ball goes left, Mafu to Havia, who finds, who's that? Cameron Ransley with a bit of pace, but he tries to kick it and misses, and there's our half time. So a pretty entertaining game of rugby so far. Lots of talk at the referee from both sides. Particularly, I think, Taroona looking like they're not happy with a few things, so I can see some conversations out there. But so far, the team with the most attacking rugby and most positive move forward has been Harlequins, and that's why they're a front on the scoreboard. So we'll have a little bit of a break here while the players do, and we'll be back shortly. So here we are for the second half. Pretty entertaining game of rugby so far. Some hard-hitting running by Harlequins has seen them take the lead 10-7 against a Taroona team who have been starved of the ball. So ball chipped up in the middle of the field there. Adeleo will take this quite comfortably. Finds Whitaker Bowman on his right, who chips through into some space, and there's no one back deep there for Taroona, but Holmes is going to be the first one back. Just dives on that ball and then gets up with a little bit of space and has a bit of a run. Taking in some strong tackling there by Harlequins. And Solder will get that ball and he kicks himself. I don't think it's found touch yet. And chased by Eddington. But dribbles over the line. So not a bad outcome there. See those two players in the foreground there, Mafu and Havea, have been causing a lot of trouble for Taroona. They're going to have to shut them down if they're going to have any chance to stay in this. So Newton with the line-out win. Ball comes out wide. Mafu back inside and finds some space, but he's taken by Eddington. That's a good tackle. So that man there in the number 7, Talvelli, has had a pretty busy start to the game. He came off earlier, but he's okay. Good to see him back on the field. And Carter with a bustling run up there too. I think Taroona may have pilfered that ball there and stolen that. So they'll have another chance to clear. Solder finds Holman, just to bring the ball away from the sideline a little bit. And then finds Kazarine, who's got some space. Straightens up, just can't quite find Eddington, but that's knocked on, I think, there by the Harlequins player. And Solder takes the kick there. It's going to stay in. No, it finds touch. Potentially go back for a penalty. No. We'll just see that ball come around here. Quick ball comes out to Kazarine, and he looks back inside, and that's just, he's probably not really a penalty in that. I don't think there was any attempt to intentionally knock that on. So the play stands. Adeleo with the pass. Oh, big dummy, and then a fend off on number 1 there, McConaughey, and finds Outman with the ball. So he's taken by Hall eventually, and then the ball ends up in the hands of Talvelli. So Harlequins with their tails up again. They love these situations. Oh, and the ball's been mispassed and finds the hands of Rob Holmes. Is he going to be chased down? There's some fast runners behind him, but no, they've given up. And Holmes scores an intercept try from deep within their defensive territory to put Taroona back in front. Again, very lucky Taroona against the play. So great work in this situation here. You see the pass, I think it was Adeleo went to throw the long left-hander. Ball here comes to the right. Yeah, Adeleo. No, it was then Whitaker Bowman who was trying to hit Havea on an outside line, but the pass was not good. And Holmes, with a bit of pace, manages to hold everybody off and score in the end easily. Runaway try, 80 metres. So reprieve for Taroona. Quins were looking very dangerous in that situation. If that pass had found Havea, he was in for sure. I'd like to think it was just well read there by Holmes, but Havea was well on his outside. And the kick is good. So Taroona 14, Harlequins 10, 2 tries apiece. The difference comes from the boot of Salter. So just waiting for scores to be added up. Whitaker Bowman with the ball in his hands. And the kickoff comes to the left, and we'll find Andreessen behind the 22-metre line. Breaks the first tackle of Ransley, and then bustles forward for another 5 metres. Salter will give this ball out to McPhail. No, it's an awful pass, but finds Eddington, who steps back inside Mafu. He's got some pace for a big fella, and steps again and steps again. He needs some support. He finds it in Bird, who cops a somewhat high tackle there from Havia. But then Blowfield gets it out to Holmes, the recent try scorer, steps back inside, but is taken well by Turnbridge. Ball comes to ground. Taroona again with a bit of structure here. Got their tails up now. Loper with the ball. Oh, steps back inside with the ball in one hand. And Salter comes around again. He's got a couple of players outside him. He finds Kazarine, who steps inside, runs into the very strong tackle, and ball wrenched out of his hands by Maafu. And then Havia takes it off him and goes to ground. So not the right option there, unfortunately, from Kazarine. He needed to use his forwards outside him. And then we've got another run from a big fella. I think Jack Lockley, he finds Tauvelli, who's got a bit of space and is taken well. Good tackle by Holmes, and Taroona have not turned it over. And then at the end there with the hands on the ground. Hands on the ground there, and Dewindham didn't need to touch that ball. I think they were a little uncertain as to what to do. We'll go back and have another look at that big run down the middle there. So Dewindham makes one tackle. Tauvelli's there, and he's taken down by Holmes and Blowfield. And then in this situation here, once the hands are on the ground, you can't touch that ball. And quite rightly penalised, and the kick from Whittaker Bowman takes now the ball to the opposite end of the field. So Taroona with the runaway, nearly scoring a try up their end. Ball's been turned around through a penalty in the middle of the field, and a great run up the middle of the ground by tight forwards from both teams. Outman just manages to get his hand on it, and Newton takes it out of the air. Ball comes wide to Whittaker Bowman. He's got Mafu outside him, but doesn't find him, doesn't choose to go there, and he takes three tacklers about another 5 metres. Mafu picks and drives, taken down. Adeleo finds some ball to go out wide, and Altman can't go any further than Watts. And Adeleo goes again himself, but not able to do it. Mafu, he's going to find some space, but he's held up. And needs to release in that situation, according to the referee. I think because he's short of the line there, he's got to let it go. He can't try and get it over. So lucky to Taroona. Just the white line fever a little bit there from some of those players from Harlequins. This situation here, well held up. I'm not sure the penalty. He's hit the ground and then tried to go too far. Certainly was blown up very quickly, but the record will stand that it was against the laws, and Taroona clear. Taroona have not had much luck with their line out. We've got Garnham back on. No, not back on. Garnham throwing now. Finds McPhail at the front, who just manages to hold on to it and finds Salter. So ball comes out to Bird. No one there to support him, though. They're going to have to get over that quickly. I don't think there was any release on that tackled player. But Harlequins win it again at the ruck. Very messy ruck here, and somehow Taroona have got that. I'm not sure what's happening. Salter puts the ball to the foot, and Paul comes back to exactly where the assistant referee was standing for the previous line out, and we'll reset again. So Quins, line out, finds Outman. He's taken the ground. And the ball's to come right. So Adeleo finds Whittaker Bowman. Kazarine's not able to take him, but luckily Watts is there, and Bird comes in off his man to just help out. Good ball there to Newton, who makes some metres. Missed by the tackle of Holman, which is unusual. And Quins go right. Oh, just taken there by by Kazarine was Halafanua. It's a big fella. I don't think Kazarine was looking forward to that. Newton's been getting busy. Ball pops out. And Holman takes down Ma'afu. And tacklers again slide off Havea. Not taken by the first man. Oh, and just Newton needs to get out of there. There's a little bit of chit-chat going on there. Bit of lip going towards Ed Solder for missing that tackle. The players just need to walk away. Harlequins players, you've scored a try. Well earned again. Great pressure. Although, what's happening? Referee's having a chat. Just wants the player, I think, both teams to have a bit of conversation with each other and calm down. So we'll just come back to that, and you can see the try was far too easy for Havea. One step, gets around the front rower, missed by both front rowers, and then just slips through, and Solder's not able to get him. Newton comes up and has a bit of a mouth. A couple of the players, you don't need to go in and touch people. Daniel Newton there, just getting a little bit fired up. Just needs to walk away there. Your team's just scored. You've hit the lead. That's all you need to do. Pressure comes by building points. And the kick now comes from Newton, who's missed it. I'm not sure why they've resorted to Daniel Newton taking the kick. I'm sure he's way better than me, but doesn't make it. So Quins, 15, 3 tries, all of which have not been converted, or none of which have been converted. And Taroona with 2 runaway tries, really, from outside backs. A lot of cases pretty much against the play. Both converted, so 1 point in it. Bit of substitution for Taroona. I think Cody Hall's come to the bench and replaced by Matthew Noble. Speedster playing on this near wing. So we're about to see him here in the number 20, chasing that ball. And Newton there, easily ducks back inside, but taken to ground. And Newton penalised there, we can see that. His eyes are rolled back in his head here. He's inclined to do this. A couple of weeks ago, I think out here, he was sent to the sin bin, and in fact given a red card for abuse of the referee. And he's just losing a little bit now. So can't jump over the ruck like that off your feet to take a player out. You need to do all you can to stay on your feet. So Taroona have not been able to do much with their line out the last few times. Hopefully this half they'll be looking to secure this ball. Are they going to take it in and go to a maul? No, Holman takes it in himself. Goes to ground. Where are they going to go here? Who's going to provide a spark for Taroona this close to the line? Can be this man. Watts pushes it very close to the line. He's possibly over, but no, just pushes it back. Just held up. Bird. Taken in the tackle by Outman. This player's offside coming in here. I think that's Tauvelli coming in on the side and putting his hands on that ball. Taroona need to get it out quickly. Find someone. Very slow to get that ball out. Holman's there with no support. He's going to have to get some players there to help him quickly. And again, Tauvelli all over that. Oh, Solder. He plays a quick tap and is allowed to do it, but he's in a very awkward position and can't find anywhere through. So we'll play on here. Quins need to be careful with a lot of penalties on their line. And another one coming here. Andreessen goes back to the right, but again, no one with him, and the ball's ripped out there by Adeleo, and we're going to see some conversation here from the referee. I think Quins will get a warning. Too many penalties on the line. Oh, he's called someone over here. He might be going to the pocket already. Daniel Newton, going to have a chat with, surprisingly. Some finger pointing going on. Nah, it wasn't me, sir. Never. These boys need to settle down. They'll find themselves having a rest and letting their team down. So Taroona opted for the scrum. What can they do here? Who's going to get them over the line? Can they evade this strong tackling, offensive defence of the Harlequins team? It's a really evenly matched competition, though both teams have very different styles of play. Taroona might look for their speed around on the outside. Going to come this way and look for Matt Noble. No, we've had a collapse in the front row, so we'll have another go. Second row player down in there, in Scott Newton, I think is in a bit of discomfort. Daniel Newton just having a rest while he can on the ground. Gather his thoughts. He's a strong and powerful player. And when he's got his head in the game, as we saw earlier when he scored that try, he's very hard to stop.
It's unplugged, Deon.
So sorry there, we had a bit of a power issue, but we'll go back and watch the replay. Taroona came wide and
let this one kick off. Oh. All good.
So the kick from Solder, oh, hits the upright. Nearly there, not quite. Oops. So Taroona back to the lead, 19-5. Do apologise about the loss of audio there. Someone playing with the power switch outside, and I think someone trod on our power cord. There was a little boy standing over there quite close to it, looking like he didn't know anything about what I'm talking about. But anyway, hopefully we're all good. So, close match here, halfway through the second half. We've got a seesawing battle between these two teams. Taroona just hit the lead through a try to Ollie Bird, who's been playing a good aggressive game. Andreessen with a good offensive run there, but Ransley manages to take him to ground. This is where Taroona have struggled a little bit in this position here. Their kicking game's not really afforded them a huge amount of field position. So Taroona need to struggle. We've got some great counter-rucking there by Harlequins. It's the way they play. You can't just expect them to stand there like you're at a training drill. So Kazarine, ball hit out of his hands there. And Dewindham cleans it up. So ball's knocked out by the tackler and knocked forward by the tackler. So Taroona have the advantage. Whitaker Bowman takes Holman to ground. Some good counter ruck, good rucking there. This guy can't come around on the side. Needs to make sure he rucks from through the gate. Taroona with some good ball, good holding the ball here. Kazarine takes the ball. He's attacking well. Good spin there from Blowfield to avoid the rocketing tackle of Mafu and manages to take it forward another 10 metres. Kazarine with the kick doesn't find what he wants it to, and it ends up in the hands of Ransley after the deflection. And well recovered there. I think Ransley took that into the tackle, but the strong body of Watts over the top of that. So Ransley finds that in there, finds the ball in his hands. My tongue's tied, and Watts is all over it.
Paddy, there's no fullback.
Just a player down for Taroona in back play. They're looking for a substitution. But no one on the Taroona bench is actually paying attention, so referee's now blown his whistle. And they're calling a sub. So that'll be Dewindham coming from the field. And he will be replaced by another youngster in his first year playing senior rugby for Taroona in George Chaperon Tucker. So Rob Holmes will fill that full-back position, and Chaperon Tucker will end up moving out to the wing. So line-out throw by Taroona, manages to find the hands of McPhail. Bouncing pass, finds Bird, who gives the ball back in to Andreessen. Okay, Andreessen's been held off his feet there, I think. So whether or not Taroona can get that out, they'll be very lucky in this situation. Andreessen just needed to get his body height down a little bit lower in contact, and he's well held up by those strong defenders. You look at the size of those players. Talvelli here in the foreground needs to come off. He's already come off once this game.
Subs! Subs!
Don't have communication working between the officials today. So there's a lot of yelling out between the assistant referees and the referee to make him aware of things that are happening. So Taroona with a 4-point lead. I was going to say a narrow 4-point lead, but I don't know, 4 points is 4 points. Can't be any narrower than 4 points when it is 4. And Havea finds a gap. Just no one takes him again. Salter's just not got his body in the right position. And look at that, just runs through. Nobody wants to take his legs. He's a very large man and he moves very quickly, but there's some, you know, some issue here with getting your body height in. Blowfield had a good attempt at the end, but really, you know, these players need to be putting their body in front of him, getting their feet nice and close. It's just all too easy for a man of that size to run down the sideline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It really looked like he was going to be challenged. So great running there from Havea. Get him around the outside and give him some space. He's very, very dangerous. And that puts Quins back into the lead. The seesaw continues. Again, Daniel Newton here taking the kick. Whitaker Bowman's not doing it. He's got the line right there, and great kick there from Newton. Well done. Great work to the big fella. Oh, and then comes from the field. Oh, Taroona crowd are having a good laugh with him. And he's replaced by Michael Frost. So 3 points in it, 15 minutes to go. It's been very much a seesawing match, so we've had Quins. Taroona put on the first points of the match and scored a try. Quins scored a couple after that to come back to the lead. Then Taroona back in front, and now Quins back in front again. So lead's changing a lot. Nice kick there by Salter. Ball comes back to Halfanua, who goes with the dummy. No one buys that. And he gets taken into contact and the ball comes down. So Altman at first receiver. No, ball comes wide to Whittaker Bowman. He looks to kick. Good pressure there from the defence. And the ball sits in. Holmes picks it up and barrels it down in a wobbly kick. It's found the ground, but Havea just steps around him, goes to the dummy, pushes Chaperone Tucker off and kicks deep. Havea's chasing this kick, but really not putting much into it. And Blowfield finds Noble, who runs into tackle, and and finds Holman on the side here, who kicks and then is pushed out of play late by Newton. And Taroona will take the penalty where that ball eventually landed. I think Holman wants a bit more out of that, but it was pretty, there was not much in it. Really not much in that. Just a bit of a shove. Taroona kick down. Just a push. All right, Taroona attacking end. 3 points behind with a line out on the 22 metre. Taroona's line-out's been a bit more settled this half. They haven't had very many. The ball hasn't ended up out a lot. Ball goes deep and finds Holman. Gets it down to Salter, who looks out and finds Bird at first receiver with Kazarine outside him. Whittaker Bowman gets up really quickly on the outside, forcing Kazarine back in. And the ball's been stolen, but again, player not released here, I don't think. As soon as it becomes a ruck, Watts decides to take a quick tap, but when the referee's called time on to have a conversation. Now, here you go, right out in front. Did Taroona take 3 points and square it up? Yes, they do. Right, here it goes. So, ball comes around. Kazarine takes it in. It's tackled there. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think probably the ruck had formed. Ruck had formed because Lockley was in there, so Whittaker Bowman didn't have the right to put his hands on that ball, and that's the signal there the referee's making. He says, it's a ruck. You can't do that. So Salter looking for 3 points to square it up. And it's good. So the seesaw now balances. At 11 minutes to play. 22 all. Plenty of time for Havea or Ma'afu to make one of their dashing runs and score. Mind you, one of the most dashing runs we've seen today was probably from Jack Lockley from the front row of Harlequins. He's had a great game. Well, might have been Ian Carter. I want to make sure I give that to the right credit to the right person. It might have actually been Ian Carter. So Taroona bring the ball back again. We see this familiar scene from the kickoff. A ruck just outside the 22. This is where they've let down a little bit. Taroona, they've just been a little bit too slow. So Watts decides to hit it up. Good defence there again by the man I just mentioned. I think it was Carter making a good tackle on Watts. And Taroona continue to push around to the left. Just a bit of a messy ruck there from Loper. Chaperone Tucker here takes the ball into the line. He's gone forward too. Just good little attempt to dart around the outside there, but taken really well by Halafanua, who needs a rest. Chasing those young fellas around the paddocks, not easy. So, ball taken over the sideline by Taroona. Harlequins will throw the line out. Game hanging in the balance. You'll see this ball come wide. Whittaker Bowman will throw it to Mafu. Mafu will give it to Havea. Yeah, good tackle there by Bird, well done. And Havea runs to the middle. The long arms of Holman can't grab him. But eventually, Tanaka Harrison makes the tackle, having just subbed on, and the pass goes forward. Scotty Newton would have been relishing that opportunity, with his eyes would have lit up with the try line in front of him, but the ball just came forward out of that pass. So again, Havea gets around a number of the tacklers. Good effort by Holman, but he's just not quite there. And in this situation, Newton was just in front of him, just needed the pass a second earlier. So we've seen the scrum happen. Solder gets the ball out wide. Taroona come wide. Blowfield gives it to Bird, who manages to find Matty Noble, whose chip hits the ground. Oh, and bounces back for him, but doesn't go where he wants it. Whittaker Bowman takes the ball through, breaks the tackle, and the ball kicks it through. This is a tough situation. But Holmes.
Look at the open end. Look.
And referees decided that the ball was taken back by Holmes. You can watch that on the replay. Whittaker Bowman's kick was weighted beautifully here. Dodges the tackle, and just before he gets taken over the line, he gets that kick through. Question here is, where was the ball when Holmes collected it? So Holmes comes through. I think his foot was probably on the line. It's hard to see on our replay, but doesn't matter what happened in reality because it's called carried back. So Quins, 5 metres out. Oh, hands in the scrum there with the tap out by Halafanua. Mafu with a big run, gives it around to Adeleo, who can't quite get there. And Mafu unlucky there. There's a good attack on that ruck, but he's gone off his feet to secure that. So deemed, and so Taroona scrape their way out of there. Very, very tense match here. Got another substitution. Nathaniel Graham coming on and Leon Andreessen coming for a rest. Bit over 5 minutes to go, maybe 6. Taroona hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Ball comes out, goes to Bird wide. This has been a good option finding Bird. But Whittaker Bowman's all over him. Just the Taroona support there really didn't get there quick enough. Great work there by Whittaker Bowman to get on top of that ball. So you can see here, Bird got there and there was support with him. But Graham just didn't get in there. It didn't get in there enough, and neither did the hands of Watts. So with that position right in front, Whittaker Bowman's going to take the points, given that Daniel Newton's on the bench after kicking the last one. So for the lead, it's usually a good kick, Whittaker Bowman. Although I don't think he's managed to put any over the bar yet today. He hasn't had all the kicks though. Away he goes. The little chip. And he scored it. Harlequins hit the lead. So, Quins with a 3-point lead again. Referee's looking at his watch. Saying, oh, how much time we got left, bench? 5 minutes. 5 minutes, sir. 5. Yep, 5, I agree, sir. He's just checking with his support bench here. The referee coaches on the sideline. Bit of a whisper there. 5 minutes left. Okay, Noble with the chase. He's good in the air. Oh, Holman, especially good. Someone better get that ball there. Salter, come on. All right, here we go. Smith for Taroona, hits it up. Quick ball comes wide again, finds Watts. Watts makes muscles it forward and pushes Panisi away. Taroona come again, looking for who's next. It's James Holman, who dishes it out wide, finds Blowfield. Very solid hit out there, and I don't think the pass didn't go forward. Really solid hit out there on Holmes. So Taroona just shifting the ball across field. No one really wanted to straighten up there, and honestly, with those defenders, I don't blame them. So just a bit of standing and passing, and unfortunately the attempt at the quick pass out there by Holmes didn't find Chaperone Tucker. So Newton with the ball. They're going to try and run it from here. Mafu goes by himself, taken down, pops it back to Havea. Does anybody want him? Yes, he's muscled to the ground this time by Salter. Ball comes back to Whittaker Bowman. He'll have a kick. And he's got Holmes back there. Ball's cleared him. Okay, what's Holmes going to do? He's going to come this way and find his support. He's got Kazarine, who's got pace to burn. Blowfield, he'll have a run. Smashed by Whittaker Bowman. And Kazarine comes in and clears out well. That's what he needed to do in that situation. Let the cavalry arrive. Salter's there. Who's he going to find? McPhail with a good run onto the ball, but he doesn't go any further than Newton. That's Scott Newton. And Taroona try again with only a couple of minutes on the clock. Oh, high tackle there. So penalty advantage here to Taroona. Need to try something. Mafu's up, but Kazarine manages to evade him. Watts sees a bit of a gap and ducks in. That's all right, ball still forward, so plays on. Holmes wants to have a run and ducks through. He comes around, he's found some gaps. Another high-ish tackle from Frost, but that's probably all right. And he's fended off. So Taroona probably still have some advantage here. Smith with the ball to Holman, who finds Noble. He's quick. Ducks back inside, one way, off his left foot, keeps going. Can Taroona keep finding their way forward and get some points? A try will win it. Oh, just held onto by Kazarine. Runs into the big fella there, Lockley. And Smith not able to find the hands of Blowfield. So we'll come back for the penalty. There's an advantage being played with the touch judge. If we can see the touch judge on the camera. Be interesting to see what sort of gestures these guys make. Another high tackle. And who are we calling out here? Not sure which one this one was. Mafu. I think this was for the one way back. Something we take seriously. Okay, the swinging arm in the high tackle. I think it was quite a way back. I don't have the replay to show you because it was too long ago. So with a minute to go, a minute on the clock, Harlequins down to 14 men. Sonny Mafu's off and Taroona with a penalty. Not sure what the call is here. Referees come to the bench. Referee's having a conversation with the Taroona bench. I'm not sure what's happening over there. There's a hole in the field, right, and they're just shoving a plastic bag in it so the players can see it. Right, Taroona, are they going to take 3 points in a draw, or are they going to go for the line? So we're aiming for a good finish here. Not long to go. Taroona 22, Harlequins 25. I dare say we've got about a minute to go. There was a fairly long stoppage there, maybe a minute and a half or so, but this will be it, I would say. It's the last chance for Taroona. Dropped a bit of ball in their back line. They need to hang on to it. Okay, ball finds Holman, and it's not straight. Devastation.
Stop forward.
Devastation. So Holman shaking his head. Doesn't agree. Now Holman caught it with his left hand straight above his head. I think that might have been what he was arguing about. Normally, normally the decision there on the incorrect throw is for that ball goes to your outside, the outside shoulder of the jumper. So, Harlequins with a 3-point lead. Deep in defence, need to win their own scrum. And do so pretty comfortably. Halifanua takes it for a run. Kazarine's unable to take him, he jumps over, but Watts is all over him there, but he's fallen to his feet. So Taroona get another go. They're going to tap and go wide. Halifanua needs to get his way out of there. Who knows what to do with regular captain Sam Lowe. Oh, and the ball doesn't find touch. Oh, and it's tapped back by Noble. Finds McPhail, very lucky. So Taroona with the ruck, 5-6 metres out. Okay, they find Michael Smith. He needs to get to ground, and he does. Again, quick ball needed here. Got to keep the Harlequins defenders need to stay on side. And the player's got to be released there. Whitaker Bowman has no idea about what the rule is here. And he's done that 3 times, I think, today. Certainly 2. What did Taroona want here? A scrum? So McPhail appears to be the captain making the calls here, and he goes for the scrum. Whitaker Bowman's there shaking his head, but he actually just doesn't know the rule. You must release the player as soon as a knee touches the ground. So you can see him in here. He makes the tackle, and knees hit the ground, and he just keeps holding and keeps pulling and keeps pulling and keeps pulling. Referee's called it.
What's the blind? What's the blind?
Right, where did Taroona go? If they can score a try here, I wouldn't mind putting the balls into the hands of Matty Noble out on this side. All he's got's Lockley in front of him. No, but he goes left. Finds Kazarine, who gets it to Byrne, who juggles it.
Yeah!
Unfortunately, the player crossing in front there for Taroona has gotten in the way. And the penalty goes the other way. So you just see here the player coming in Blowfield. It's just gotten in the way of Whitaker Bowman, who's taken a dive, but it's right. And there you have it. So game's over, and Harlequins with a very hard fought out and well-deserved win, just managed to keep their nose in front of a fast finishing Taroona, who weren't able to just put any points on the board. Maintained a lot of possession, Taroona, in the last 10 minutes. Lots of, I shouldn't say lazy, but tired players on the field. So it makes it very hard to adjudicate when you're the referee out there, when there's a lot of penalties happening. You see that spike in penalties occur in the last, particularly 20 minutes of the game. And so great job to the officials out there. for maintaining a close game and seeing that out to the finish. Usually at this time of the day we say farewell, but that's not the case, because coming up in about 25 minutes we've got the third of our matches here today, the trifecta between Taroona second grade and the Eastern Suburbs team. So we look forward to bringing that shortly. We'll go to a bit of a break for now and catch you soon.
Done?
Okay, well, welcome back after a little quick break there. We've got our final game of the day, playing under lights here on the right of your screen, the Taroona Penguins reserve grade. See the mostly accurate team list there. And their opposition on the other side, we'll see the Eastern Suburbs team. Done an amazing job to be putting this well-kitted and well-drilled team out onto the field every week. To think Last year, these guys were really struggling with numbers. They had some issues around the club, and there's been some just absolutely outstanding work put in by a few people to get this happening. So if you're an East supporter, or if you're a rugby supporter in Tasmania, this is great to see, and we're away. So kickoff happens. No one from Taroona contests it, and the ball's knocked on by Mitch Eddington there. He played a great game last time I watched these guys 2 weeks ago. So Taroona are going to have to keep their eye on him. When he's got his hands on the ball, he's been really good. So it's starting to get pretty icy out there. It's single-digit temperatures, pushing about 9 degrees around Hobart at the moment. It's very still. We haven't had any rain or anything, so it's pretty dry. But so it should be a good game here. Pretty young teams on both sides. So Sam Franklin puts the ball into the scrum for Taroona, driven back by the East team. Brocklehurst at the back there, unable to get his hands on it. Great scrum there by Easts. And like our referee is just going to give Taroona, fortunately for them, the ball back. So have another go. Sam Franklin in the number 9 there for Taroona. He's got a pretty good quick back line outside of him. He's going to find Chris Noble on his right in space, who's got Malachi on his outside there. So ball taken to the halfway, well over the halfway there by Mahanga. And Franklin gives the ball out here to Aidan Fenny, who hits it up, well supported there. And Michael Smith with the ball out to Davis Reid. Finds Shapper and Tucker with a nice little step off his left foot and then back off his right. And that man I mentioned before, Brocklehurst, who's playing a number 8, usually playing in the front row, is trying to assert his dominance, so he's going to enjoy getting his hands on the ball a bit today. So East defending just. Good ball. Davis Reid takes it, gives it to Shapper and Tucker. He's got Noble outside him, who's got Noble outside him, and gives it to his father, who steps one, steps another, not tackled, and gives it to Davis Reid inside him, who scores. So the father-son combo, younger Noble putting his father into the gap. Well supported by Dan Davis Reid, who's fresh off an exceptional game last week. He complained that I was having a go at him, but certainly not having a go at his rugby from last week. He played really well. He's one of those guys who deserves a bit of a stir. All right, so Taroona on the board early with a 5-pointer to Dan Davis Reid. Sam Franklin here taking his time, chucking a bit of water around. Referee this evening, Sean Kelly. And the kick from Franklin is good. So a positive start there to Taroona. All right, Taroona to the lead, 7-0. East are going to have to make their first up tackles happen, but they're going to have to make sure that their numbers wide in defence are good. The man with the ball here, Taylor Webb, has been good in the last couple of weeks. He's a good attacking player, good defending player too. His kick goes high, doesn't quite make the 10. It's bounced over and falls into the hands of East. I think that's Eddington with the ball in the bright red bike shorts. So Butler with the ball, finds his number 8 there in Fasadi. And then goes again to the left. So whistle's blown here. And players are offside. I'm not sure there was no advantage there. So Tikahika gives the ball over in the number 3. And East push forward. Butler just directing from the back there. Growing in confidence over the last couple of weeks. Played a great game here a few weeks ago. Great work there by Harrison to get his hands onto that ball. And that man on the ground there. Tom Dixon, I think, lying on the ground there, needed to take his hands off it and didn't. So Taroona win the penalty and make a few metres. I'll have a line out just outside the 22. All right, so Taroona with a line out here. Robert Clayton throwing it in, playing at hooker. I suspect we'll see this go to the back here. Early jump there. And the ball just settles. Well taken there by Dean Adam at the front for East. Ball comes out to Franklin and he gives a flat pass to Davis Reed, who looks for Chaperon Tucker, who makes the space. No, that's Noble to Noble again. And outside of him, we've got, who's that out on that wing? Oscar Paston, well tackled by East player. Franklin finally gets there and gives it off to Harrison. Harrison ducks back inside, smashes one player off. Well driven back in the second tackle there by the East player. So Clayton with the ball, good attacking forward running. Nielsen just sort of standing there in an offside position there with the long hair. Needs to make sure he gets himself back on side. Brocklehurst carrying the ball again. Looks like there's some East players on top of that, but no, Taroona managed to get it back. So Graham had a great game last week here. Great carry of the ball. East have all gone off their feet there. And quick tap there by Franklin. None of those players get onside. Now they're onside and can tackle him. And Webb comes in and drives him back. Quick support there. Clayton comes in, picks it up and shovels it out to Smith, who gives it to Chaperon Tucker. Out to Noble. He's got Mahanga outside him. Good solid run there by Mao. Goes into contact and Taroona set about 8 metres out. Okay, ball finds Noble, who ducks and is well tackled there by Webb. Clayton's been busy early, picks the ball up again. Taroona just going one out here. But Franklin just manages to score, leaving a wake of East players on the ground around him. So thank you out there to the assistant referee on the sideline. It's getting late and these guys out here volunteering to do it. It's exceptional for them to be here. So good pressure by Taroona. Really maintain good possession through those phases. That'll be the key here. The East defence has proven to be quite good. You need to make sure that you take your opportunities. So Taroona have done that so far. And Franklin with this very slow kickoff, and kick's no good. So the score will stay at 12-0. Just trying to get that clock there right, but yet again, forgetting to start the clock. We're 10 minutes short on the clock. I thought I'd work out a way to make it start from 10 minutes, but not good enough yet. I'll get there. So East to return the kick. in the hands of Webb in the pink headgear. There's also there's another player in pink headgear too for East. Not sure who that player is there. Might be Harry Burkett in the pink headgear. So kickoff hasn't gone 10 metres and he's knocked on. So we can have Taroona can have a scrum right here or a scrum back in the middle. Quick committee meeting. So the scrum sets for Taroona. Midfield here. Great lights out here, makes it a interesting spectacle for the players. You can see on our footage here. Dan Davis-Reid comes around the back there. Pass goes a bit wide, but Noble, who ducks back around, gives it to Davis-Reid, flirting with the sideline, hangs onto it, just carrying that ball in two hands. Okay, need to release him now that he's gone to ground. And ball taken by Franklin. But that player there from Taroona monstered in the tackle. So some great one-up tackling here by the East players. Aidan Fenny pushes that ball midfield. And it's ripped out as he hits the ground. Dived on by two players and Easts win it. So here's their first opportunity. First real opportunity with the ball. Let's see what they've got. So East drive forward. Good defence there by Smith from Taroona, getting up in the face of those players with the ball. And East bring it back in. Player hasn't managed to find his way to ground yet, so he's been held up. The ball doesn't come out. Should see, no, we've got... So offside play there, I think, from Taroona, joining into that maul from incorrect position. So Webb, who last time we videoed him had a good radar on our camera. I don't think he's going to kick near us this time, but I don't know if he's made touch with that one. No, so Noble will field that. Have a bit of a run and a little chip. Oh, gone back off the first East player and then forward off the second. So interesting little chip there from Noble Senior. Almost paid off if he had been able to clear the hands of those players, but there was plenty of traffic there from East. So Taroona will have the scrum. Referee Kelly just ascertaining what Taroona want to do in this situation. So Franklin will put the ball into the scrum. Good view of the Taroona back line out there. You can see Dan Davis-Reid with George Shapper and Tucker outside him, playing at inside centre. Chris Noble at fullback there, just filling the gap on the right of screen, and Matt Noble and Malachi Mahanga out there. So ball's in, and which way to go? Out the east side, which is actually probably the south side of our field here. So Zach Warren taken to ground there. Davis-Reid just entering that ruck there, probably unnecessarily, just putting a little bit of pressure on, but needs to be careful not to make high contact there. And Brocklehurst, I think, making the tackle there, needed to roll away. So, penalty here. And Webb opts to go for the kick. Looking to put East on the board. Defence has been pretty good so far. They've maintained their possession when they're holding the ball. Just their structures need to work. Their strength is going to be in their forwards. The pick and drive game for them is going to work really well. Conversation out there with Fasadi and Kelly, the referee. East captain. So Webb with the kick. He's a good solid kick of the ball here. He's about 37 metres out directly in front. Kicks up and right over the dot. So East's on the board. Threw a great kick there. Good work in the middle of the field. Had to break down for East to draw that penalty with Brocklehurst not getting out of the way. Right, Franklin will return the kick here to East. Right, kick, just makes 10 and knocked on by East. Bit of a mongrel drop kick. Had to play at that, did the player there. It's Paul Enright in the number 1 who, with the attempted catch there. It was an awful ball to catch. Eddie, you've let it go. It was going to hit the ground in an awkward spot. So good effort. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get his hands on it. So Taroona with the scrum. But messy scrums here. And scrums rotated, so Taroona will get another go. So front row here, Michael Smith on this side in the loose head prop position for Taroona with his opposite number there. Might be Tikahika. So again, a great scrum there by East. That ball's popped out and just into the hands of Franklin, who finds Brocklehurst giving him some support. East players not really getting out of the way. Butler's out now and the ball's off. So a great line there, running there, Nathaniel Graham. Good collision, good strength to maintain possession of the ball. Next runner, Brocklehurst again, trying to get his hands on the ball, getting busy in there in the number 8 position. Wide pass now comes to Davis Reed, nice and high. Chaperone Tucker steps inside and just pushes the tackle off. And he's into a gap here. He's a fast boy, but not fast enough for that man. Got to be careful where he puts his hands. Webb very close to a high tackle there with a slip up. Nielsen goes wide and finds Noble with some space, who gives a very awful pass to Mahanga behind him, and he knocks it on. And the advantage goes East's way. So some good play out there by the young guys in Taroona, but it all came back down to this great tackle on Chaperone Tucker in the middle here by Taylor Webb. This ball here, look, steps off the right, finds a gap, straight through, goes again, tries to get the gallop on around the outside, but Webb's too good and too strong. Muscles him to the ground. There's good work back on this side too. Tom Nielsen here with the ball, just takes it up, draws the player, did a really good job. Just gave the numbers here, but this pass just needed to be a bit lower. Mahanga was a bit flat and so unable to catch it. East with a defensive scrum here. Ball comes out, Webb comes in for the kick. He's got a big boot on him. Okay, finds the chest of Noble, who passes to Noble, and he'll pin his ears back. Webb's not going to catch this boy. Bit of deja vu, I remember saying this last week. He's got some pace. There's plenty of pace in this Taroona backline, actually. Webb's going to need some support from his front line, back line, stopping these guys, because he's not going to catch them every time. It's a good chase, Taylor, but the young legs of Matty Noble too fast. So third try to Taroona. Oh no, Noble the elder is going to come off. Again, a slow delay here on the kick. Just to make it clear, in typical my commentary fashion here, our clock showing 10 minutes is 10 minutes slow. That kick just falls in front there. So, Taroona 17, Easts with a lone penalty. Halfway through the first half, we've got a couple of substitutions happening for Taroona in front here. Tim Davies coming on probably for Noble, and Aidan Cannell subbing for somebody. Brocklehurst, I think. All right, kickoff's good, goes long and finds a man who's just come on there in Cannell. Has a good run there with a bit of a fend, but well held on to by Fasadi. Gets him to the ground. So it's a good counter-rucking by East there, but ball's still sitting there and well spotted by Clayton. Bit of a high tackle coming in there. Tackle looked a little high on Clayton, but he didn't release. So East with the tap here. Big fella takes it up. That's Peter Hecky to Hakika. Ball comes out to Fasadi, who's been busy so far. No support there for him, but fortunately the defenders aren't onto that. Good hit up there. Good tackling by Taroona player in Graham. Butler being very slow here with the ball. Not sure where to go. Who wants it? Unfortunately, the support play from East was not good, and lots of yelling from both teams. Referee Kelly's just going to have a bit of a chat for Sadi and Franklin. So Franklin with the kick. He's going to make the distance. Yeah, he's got a good purchase on. I don't know that it's going to find touch. It's going to bounce over the back though. Not sure. Webb's back there with the support of his teammate in Lachlan Faulkner. Substitute who's come on. And the kick chasers finally get there and take him down. Find the hands of Dixon. Ball comes back to Webb. He'll have a bit of a run here. Great bump off on Aidan Fenny. He's a very strong runner. Very strong runner is Webb. Certainly the guy you don't want to go high on. He's got a big upper body and great technique in fending. So just pushed a couple of tacklers off easily. And ball's gone backwards there. Butler just dropped that, but luckily for him it didn't go forwards. And Kahika with another big run. And we've got a high tackle in there, so getting a bit messy. These shorts don't like to stay up there. To Kahika. So the ball's out. Here he goes, the big fella. Big run, but someone gets around his head. Gets through. That tackle there from Nat Graham. Too high. So someone's found the ball. Tanaka's mum, what a champ, Tammy. So Fasadi with the throw in. And he comes towards the back there. Graham can't take it and knocks it on. So Smith grabs the ball from Butler. And East will go to the ruck here. Graham needs to let go there. As soon as that player hits the ground, so knock on by Graham and then gives away the penalty. So Taroona just letting East back in the game a little bit here. Webb kicks the ball. No one back down there to collect it again. Except good old reliable Tanaka's mum. Legend of the Taroona club, providing lollies for half-time or after the game. Always a decent support package from Tammy. It's also one of our ground staff here too. So the ball hit up by East. Defence very slow to get up in the face there of that man in the headgear. That's Daniel Bowerman. And stolen there by Smith, who rolls back, looking for his help. Franklin comes in and gives it to Davis Reed, runs into a good tackle there by Fishpool. This player from East needs to get onside. Nielsen's got to hang on. And Franklin manages to fish the ball out and find, Pierce Blomfield with a high pass. So Blomfield unable to hold on to it. Deemed to have gone backwards. No, call that forwards. So some challenging passing out here, making things a little bit difficult. Other than that, conditions are great. Another substitution happening. So there'll be a bit of a change in the front row. Cannell going to hooker and Philip Ring coming on to the second row. No, Ring coming into number 8. So about 27, 28 minutes into the game. Taroona sitting with a comfortable lead so far, 17-3. Oh, it's a good scrum to the Blues in that case, but the ball's managed to pop out. But I think East will find they'll get to put that ball back in again. There's no law breaking there, so. Good spirit in the front row there. I think that's Dean Adam and Aidan Cannell having a good chat. Something that impresses me about actually both of the teams out here is the spirit that they play in. Likewise in all of the championship level games too. So Taroona have managed to get this back this time. Just need to be a little bit quicker to get that ball out. I thought there that there's an illegal wheel on that. Taroona started to drive forward. I'll be disappointed after 2 very dominant scrums to not got anything out of that. You're watching this scrum here. Taroona drive forward. Taroona make the steps forward and then the scrum wheels. So as soon as that scrum's moved off the mark, the wheel of the scrum is legal and should be play on. And East managed to rake it back. This time the ball comes out and Franklin pounces on Butler, who really muscles his way forward. He's still going. Great work there. And we're high tackle, unfortunately. So great work by Butler to hang on to that. Franklin sort of started off with his tackle in the right position, but you can't let that slip up anywhere near the neck. So, and a quick tap happens here. Fasadi runs over the top of Davis Reed, but he, in his speed bump form, takes him to the ground at least. Ball then taken up by Bowerman. And call for some support around there. So big Tom Dixon with a nice hit up in the middle of the field again. East looking to maintain possession and make some metres. Very strong running here again by Tekahika, but the ball's still stolen from him. I'm not sure what the penalty's for here because we just had a maul. Player, okay. Just lost what happened there. East are going to... so the ball comes down. Takahika still has it. And then goes to ground. Yeah, I just lost what happened. They pointed to the sticks, and then they've appeared to have taken a quick tap. So I'm a little confused as to what's happened here. They pointed to the sticks before. We're just playing a little bit delayed here. Oh, I can't really show you what happened, sorry. So yellow card to a Taroona player, and East with the ball 5 metres out, very close to the post here. They've got to stop this man because he's dominating the play. Big fellas from East in that front row, and they've crossed the line, but he's been held up. So a good bit of defence there from the Taroona players, but made it over the line, which means that East will get the scrum put in. No? Confused by the decision there too. No, there was an explanation. It'd be great down the track. We can get our referees mic'd up so we can hear their description. Certainly will leave us at this end of the match as listeners and watchers with some certainty around what's going on. So ball not really coming out of there. We've got Aidan Cannell in at hooker, who's not particularly experienced in that position. Ball goes out to Davey, who finds Noble outside him. Well tackled there. And another penalty. So unfortunately, that was a great tackle there from the East player. Not sure who that is, and the penalty kick is raked downfield. Finds touch. Don't know who that is in number 20. It's a good tackle though. Noble thought he might be able to get around, but wasn't able to. So ball being collected there by Butler. Should be a Taroona throw in. Sure what we're waiting for. Assistant referee on this. There's a substitution happening. Very slow substitution. So about 33 minutes in, here comes the ball. Finds Nielsen, who pops it out to Franklin. Franklin goes with the bomb and it hits the ground and just manages to get behind Webb, who falls, but he's got lots of time. No one chasing that kick, and then dodges the tackle of Nielsen and runs over the top of Franklin. Taroona will want to be onto that. That bump off with the front on tackle from Webb is very effective, very strong player. And Taroona with offside players. So many penalties here. So East still 14 points behind. And the tap from Webb gives the ball off to his teammate, who runs into contact. Well tackled in there. And the ball's kicked out. So East moving backwards here. Fasadi with the ball. Rolls it back. Butler has a bit of a dart around the side, but makes great meters. He's playing a great game, Butler. Taroona player on the ground's got to let him go. Can't keep pushing him. And then you're now not rolling out of the way, but well pulled out the side there. I think Fasadi again. So he's been very busy. Davis Reed's all over that ball, but deemed to have not released. And yet another penalty to Easts. So Fasadi goes through, gets swung to ground. Yeah, I think he was tackled already, and Davis Reed probably had the right to put his hands on that. He was not the tackler. But East will have another opportunity. Interesting discussion going on there from Kelly with Davis Reid and the Taroona captain Franklin. Maybe asking for some clarification. Maybe not asking nicely enough. So after 3 tries early in the game, Taroona have been kept very quiet, and East have really settled into their patterns. Taroona are giving away way too many penalties, so they're really giving East a shot at staying in the game. And with a kicker like Webb in a position like this, he's missed this time. And ball's taken down there by Fenny, who will have a good run. Knocks off one player. And the support comes to him. Ball goes out wide there to new player on the field, Jacob Cooper, who's held up. Taroona want to get this ball out quickly here. Luckily they do. And the ball comes out to Harrison. Has a good run. Fends one off. Unfortunately, cops a little bit of a finger in the eye. I think that might have been Butler, but it's okay as long as it's not too dangerous. Oh, ball kept by Davis. Gets it out there to Mahanga, who wants some space, but no, well tackled again. Oh, some good effort out there. Nick McNeil, I think, out there making some tackles. And I think that one's going to be deemed high. Those players are never back 10 metres. They were only back about 3 metres, but yeah, arms out now. We saw a player possibly sin-binned earlier for tackling from that offside position on a quick tap. Ball comes out to Davis Reid, looks wide, just sits in front. Well taken by Tim Davies there to pick that up at his ankles. And Franklin finally arrives and finds Davis Reid again. Just needs to get it out. Finds Noble. He'll look for some gap. Oh, finds the old hands of Brocklehurst in support. That's where you want your number 8 to be playing. And Franklin hits the ground again, but Harrison straightens up off his right foot, bounces off one, bounces off the other. Has he got someone in support? He does. He takes it to ground. Who's going to go? Franklin finds Fenny outside him. And Fenny goes over and scores. So some great phases put together by the Blues there, leaving another, again, a wake of East players behind them. This comes all the way back. A great pick-up by Tim Davies in this situation, took it forward, and some really good work in the clean-out by Taroona. Franklin got there. Davis Reid made the decision here to just to dish that out there to Noble. Noble with a great pop inside. Okay, again, good ball security. Franklin looks for some support out here. Just gets the pass out in front. Player there on the ground just put his head down after a fend in contact from Tanaka Harrison. But good support play by Taroona. Great scrambling defence there by the young backline for Easts. So this run here from Harrison. Yeah, he's lucky there actually. Got the forearm out into the head there. Certainly kind of thing you like to see. And so the conversion by Franklin is good from right in front. And Taroona, after struggling for quite a while, have managed to put another 7 points on the board just before half time. Again, apologies for my clock skills. Sitting just at about 30 minutes on the clock that you can see. We're about 10 minutes short, maybe 8 minutes. So we're probably looking at about 37, 38, 39 on the clock. Certainly there's enough for referee Kelly to want us to go again. All right, Webb with the ball. He's got a great kick on him. It's nice and high, gives his teammates every chance at that. Cannell can't take it, and fortunately for him, the ball goes back. Franklin kicks it and manages to find Webb, who can't quite get his hands on it, but again, lots of time there. And interesting dummy from Webb. Can't be tackled by number 8, Brocklehurst, and he still runs. So Webb's taken that ball a good 20 metres after the the interesting dummy and goose step. So it's well done. As I said it before, he's a very strong player with the ball in his hands. He's got some support there from his teammates. Takahika takes it up. Again, taken down this time, and wasn't able to make the metres that he's been doing before. But here's Dean Adam with the ball. No, ball then comes out. Great ball retention from East here. They'll shift it left again. Oh, the ball's been knocked on. Been allowed to get away with it because apparently that's gone backwards. Oh, another good contact there. Great run from Enright, and Taroona again giving East opportunities here by offside play. So Webb will put this ball out, hopefully deep inside their attacking area, and give East a shot in the last minutes before half-time. Taroona's discipline's not been great. Penalty counts definitely against them. They're really... they should be able to play... They should be playing the line out here because it was off a penalty. I don't know what happened. I'm confused. So the ball's kicked out from the penalty. Okay, not sure why the line-out wasn't played there. Normally that's the option, the player there. If the penalty's kicked out into touch, then the line-out should still be played. Anyway, we'll have a break while the players do and be back shortly. Ready to start the clock here. I've got my finger on the button on the keyboard. Second half, Taroona with a comfortable 24-3 lead. The East have been pretty good. They just haven't had the scoring capacity. So Franklin, oh look at that! I think I get bonus points for starting the clock. Unfortunately, Fasadi out there is unable to take it, and another spill at the breakdown of the kickoff. So good little run there off the side by Taroona, and player not held in that tackle. So Nat Graham, I think, had a bit of a rest after a yellow card from the last half. He's back on, so now Graham finds, oh, some great hands out there. Brilliant hands. Where's Brocklehurst to back that up? So Franklin to Brocklehurst, who found with a nice quick pass to Harrison. And Franklin again goes left. He's got Graham with him. Harrison's had a few good options. Cody Hall is a new player on there, and number 13 for Taroona. Oh, ducks around everybody over the top of Webb and scores. We don't see that happen very often, going over the top of Taylor Webb. But very similar build on those two players, actually, Webb and Hall. So Hall just fresh on the field with a great, great try. Straight into it. Exciting play. East will be disappointed with that. Well, sort of Hart there just stepped around way too many tackles. I think we've actually just a bit of a hold up here while one of the East players comes off for blood. Just walking here in front of us. Oh yeah. Kick's good. So Taroona go ahead. The man just coming off there is Peter Hekatik. I keep getting this wrong. It's a mouthful for me. I'm sorry, Peter. Peter Hekatikahika. He sounds fine. He's all right. He's just bleeding and he wants to get back on the field. All right, East with the kick. Webb just bring it back slowly. He'll be looking to make up for that. I know he'll be disappointed at the player running over the top of him there. He certainly stopped him in his tracks, but Hall just had the reach and was over the line. We'll enjoy the replay of that when he gets to watch it later. So the kick's good. Down the throat of Graham, who can't catch it, but fortunately goes back. Rob Clayton with a bit of a run. Nice bit of intent from him to straighten up and run into contact. Taroona go left. Brocklehurst wants it, picks one up at his ankles. That'll be a hamstring biter for him. And Taroona have been penalised here with support players there coming in from the side. You come into that ruck, you must come in from right behind what we call the gate. And in that case there, I think it might have been Philip Ring who didn't do that and came in more from the side. And Easts will have a shot. Just see it here, really well done here. And oh no, it's that player there, maybe Nat Graham. Just coming around and in from the side.
I ended up paying for it, Mike. It was $50.
So Graham, certainly the culprit on the penalty count. I think he's given away quite a few. I know he had a bit of a knock on at one point, and then he spent some time in the sin bin. So he's a great attacking player. Good intent, but he just needs to make sure he's getting his play within the laws. So Webb with the kick. He's got one, but he missed the last one. I don't know if he's got that one. He's short there. No. Way to the right. So no joy. East need way more than 3-pointers though in these situations when they're 28 points behind. Taking penalty goals is just a waste of time. You need your team to be scoring tries. Okay, great little kick-off there and well attacked there by, I think that was Eddington from East to get a hand on the 22 dropout, but I think we're seeing the same thing happen again here. Players need to... No, we've got a... And the kick's not gone out. So some good tackling over there by the Taroona in the backs. Not sure who the player out there with the ponytail is. Someone new on the field. That might be Will White, possibly. Okay, Taroona need to stay on side here. They've been penalised for being offside. Kelly talking to them and keeping them there is good. But not happy with that. Maybe the player's outside. So looking for a quick tap here, East. Oh, yeah, good point here. Taroona have been offside all night in their back line or in their defensive line. They really need to get onside or someone's going to come off. Yellow card will fix that, so warning there from referee Kelly. All right, Webb decides to go to the line, which is a much better option than penalty kicks, and puts his team in a great position. East with an attacking line out, 15 metres out. So again, just a bit of a hold up here while there's a substitution. No, we've just got East changing the players in the line out. Now, once the line out set, I can't do that. You need to have the number set, and they've increased them. So it's all right. We'll have the line out. Eddington with the throw. Oh, nearly hits his man. So it just doesn't quite get there, and it's knocked on. No, knocked back actually. All right. So East regather. Well done. And settle here. Butler needs a bit of an opportunity here. I'd like to see him with a bit of space. East take the ball up. Well done. Good hit in there by Adam. Butler needs to be a little bit quicker. I think it's probably not his fault. He needs his forwards to get set quicker so that they can get that ball. And again, they really need to work this Taroona defensive line who've been offside all night. They're about to get someone put in the bin. If they're too slow, they give them all that opportunity. So East forwards, let's get set. Let's have some intent. Let's get a good hit up on this. Oh, great run through there. Great run through there by Nick McNeil, the young fella. Defenders got up outside him, held onto the ball, ran with it in two hands, put the defenders in two minds, and he scored a great try. Well done. One of the junior boys who's come through the junior ranks for East. Now, this guy is what this club's all about. All right, he's been here through thick and thin. He's come in at a young age. He's still at school. And he's scoring tries in this senior/reserve grade rugby. So great play there, McNeil. Just have another look at that. Here he goes. Ball in hand. Franklin gets up outside him. Graham can't take him. Goes in, steps back off his right foot inside. Davey can't get him, and then the tackle behind there is unable to stop him, and he's over. What a great try. Something that they've struggled with over the start of the season is scoring tries. And it's excellent to see that young man thrust into the fly half position, having the confidence to dart through and score. So great, great work. That's exactly why he should not be taking penalty shots. Webb with the kick. Looks good. All right, East's peg one back. And got some interesting characters running on here. The bald-headed mullet of number 18 there for Taroona, Zaleb Smith. We see a few others coming off the field. I think Taroona's favourite son, Tadar, has come onto the wing out here. with Malachi Mahanga taking a break, and we'll also see Tom Nielsen, who's had an okay game, come off too. All right, no one's getting the ball. Here it comes. Graham's got the ball, bringing it back, so we'll see the kickoff happen shortly. All right, East with a really well-deserved try through taking their attacking opportunities and making some points on the board. Let's see if they've got their tails up and can come back again. Taroona with some big number changes, big 3 new substitutions on the field. Okay, here comes the ball. So a great bounce off there. Clayton can't take that man, neither can Fenny. Here he goes again. Now he's down. He's going to have to put that ball back. Franklin's got to get out of there, and he does. Taroona need to stay on side on defence. This is how East are going to make some ground. Just keep working, get it tired. Taroona players to give away penalties. Okay, ball comes back to McNeil, goes wide. Defence is up quickly here, which is good. Okay, Cooper with a good tackle. He's a big boy, Cooper, in 24. You find him out on the wing most of the time. Okay, Fasadi with the ball, taken down by Dar. Unfortunately, that man under there needs to roll away. And who is it? Franklin again.
Well done, Dar.
So you can see here that just the player Franklin gets stuck underneath when this ball comes around. Fasadi hits it up, Franklin's there, and he needs to roll now, and he stays. Just gets in the way.
Salamander!
The call is Salamander. They're gonna, a lizard bathed in fire? I don't know, let's see what happens. Eddington's got a good hard throw. I like the way this ball comes in. If they don't jump up quickly enough, he's going to miss though. And Harrison gets it. Ball's tapped back by Taroona, but Franklin unable to take it. Eddington needs to take care there, tackling the player on the ground. I think the assistant referee here is on top of that. Yeah. Eddington didn't need to do that. The ball was out. You can see he just comes around. His intent's good. He's trying to put some pressure on, but he's just dived on him with his hands. There's not much in it, but you can't go doing that. That's not okay. Penalty should be over here by the line, but... Eddington's sitting there. You can see he talking to the assistant referee here, but it was just lazy aggression. It's good-natured discussion, I think. People are smiling and having a chuckle, as long as it stays that way. Right, line out just needs to spread there. Should be a bit bigger gap. And not being able to take down, so Eddington makes some good contact there, but really well tackled there by Harrison, who couldn't take that. So we're going to blow that up a little bit. Apparently, okay, referee's awarded a dangerous tackle. Not sure how that's a dangerous tackle because the player's feet were pretty much on the ground the whole time. That's a very, very, very good nudge. Takes that play way down into attacking territory for Easts. So interesting decision that led to this, but it's good to see the referees taking care of the players and making sure the players are playing safely. The last thing we want is someone with a neck injury or a head injury, so just asserting his authority there in that situation. East with the big driver held up. Michael Smith from Taroona's got his hands all over that. Needs to, no, it's been able to be stolen out there by Enright. with a good run there, taken down by that busy man there in Sam Franklin. And the ball's been blown up. Yeah, with a penalty against Easts. And Franklin decides to go with the quick tap. So it gives it off to Graham with a nice tackle on Graham. Just got to hold on to the ball. Oh, he breaks away. Great work. Just needs to find some support now. Taroona come over in droves. Ball comes out to Davis Reed. He's got Hall outside him with Davies. Needs to have a look outside. Nice little pop out there into the hands of No, who is that? That's Will White. Oh, taken pretty high there as he comes down. Nothing in that though. And drops it. And I think we're going to see, what, another high tackle? No. Sure, I think that was just Davis Reed out there holding on. So White goes for a run, tackled here, and then ball comes down. Davis Reed's in the wrong place, and the ball's just blown up immediately there. I don't think he was going to get his way out of there though, so. Again, just a little confused by the decisions, but I think Davis Reed probably fell on that ball there and wasn't going to get out of the way, so fair call. Harrison with a hand on it, tries to get it, and it goes backwards, but that ball's knocked on. Just not quite able to be taken down there by, I think that's Burkett in the pink headgear. So as the temperature drops, getting ever closer to 5 degrees, Taroona with a comfortable 21-point lead are being pressed really heavily by East this half. Ball comes out to Davis Reed, steps off his right foot but gets nowhere, runs into some traffic, recycles the ball. Harrison's worked really hard today. He's coming back from an injury, I think, and usually he's been playing in first grade. So he's trying to stake his claim on a position in the Premiership division. Well done there by McNeil to pull that out, but unfortunately once they hit the ground, you've got to let it go. So Franklin goes again, but doesn't really have anyone with him, but he gets through. He's got Webb. Oh, Davis Reed tackled there maybe before he had the ball. Now, Cooper's got to roll away and doesn't. Referee's really pinning players really quickly here. Best bet here is to just give a warning to Taroona, who've been all over that ball, just not rolling away. Get someone off the field. It's been pretty repeated. So the kick comes over. There it is, aiming straight for me. So again, just the ill discipline at the tackle from Taroona. They're trying to dominate in the tackle, but just falling over the ball. Very lucky to still have 15 players on the field, I think, because there's so many repeated penalties. And the slow wait here. Substitutions for Easts. A couple of second rowers coming off. Go to the 5-man line out. Ball taken in there by Smith for Taroona. Hasn't played rugby in a fair bit, so it's good to see him out here. I think last time I saw him playing rugby was a couple of years ago, and he suffered a pretty awful shoulder injury. In that case there, player for Taroona. Oscar Paston unable to catch that ball. And giving East another crack. So halfway through the second half. I kid you not, my clock is correct this time. What you're seeing is what you can believe. So, defensive line sets here. Webb on the left. Nick McNeil on the right. And the ball's taken out by Fasadi, who's taken in a good tackle back there by Harrison or Paston. I can't see who that was. Oh, solid tackle there by a Taroona player. Solid tackle by Paston there. Lands on top of the player. There's nothing in that, but yet East players just getting all fired up. I think one of their young players might be under that. So just see that ball come around. I think it might be McNeil who takes it. Yeah, here's McNeil. It's grabbed by Paston and just dumped onto the ground. That's all right. It hasn't tipped him or anything. It's just been sort of squashed underneath that player, Paston. And, you know, as a young bloke, you understand these guys wanting to come in and protect their players. But there's nothing there to be protected from. Good discussion there, Taylor. Just and get your players out of there. He's had a great game. I hope he's all right, Nick. You all right, mate? He's going to come off. Great game. I'll give that a clap. Nice work. Really great work. Just been squashed there, a bit winded, I reckon. Played a great game. Played a really excellent game. Well done, young fella. So it looks like the referee has deemed that to be a dangerous tackle. Okay. Oh, and unfortunate there. The dummy runner ran in front, and I think Tika Hika took it the wrong way. So Taroona go, oh, really? So East with the quick tap, bungle it, and Taroona just give it back to him. That sounds like a fair outcome. Smith just needed to hang on to that instead of giving it on to Smith. Michael Smith should have been the one to hit that up. Oh, well, we reset. So the last 3 minutes have come to nothing except this scrum.
No, I won't. I've got a tab on the bar. Just mention my name.
Let's have this scrum and get this ball out here. Butler with the ball in. Fishes it out. He's got Franklin on his heels. All right, this this player with the ball, I'm not sure who it is actually. He just came off for a rest a minute ago and then has had to come back on. Really good tackle out there. By George Shapper and Tucker, and he's just having a bit of a word to him. Oh dear. Keep it settled, boys. Keep it settled. With 17 minutes to go, I hope this game doesn't start to turn into something silly. So that was a really good tackle out there by Shapper and Tucker, though. Webb's got some harsh words for the referee. I'm not sure what's going on there. And the number 2 for East there, Dean Adam, he's not a happy chap either. Let's just focus on playing some rugby, guys. Okay, ball comes out. Franklin with a horrid pass there, but well picked up by Davies. Just runs across field a little bit. Davies gets it back, and Davis Reed with a nice pass out there, finds Paston. Oh, some interesting contact in the middle of the field there. I don't know that there was many arms in that attempted tackle. Oh, good run. Oh, and Franklin just manages to dish it off to Davies, who runs around sideways, but then eventually straightens up and gets the ball back. So just need to settle into some patterns here again. Franklin with the ball. Finds Harrison. Got to be careful with those leading arms in the fend. And the ball's been stolen there. Franklin can't make the tackle. And Kyle Fishpool's taken to ground. Butler gets it out with the overhead pass. Good running there by the big guys from East, but held up. No, manages to find his way to ground. And Butler with the quick ball. This is what they need. There's no one back long there for Taroona, and that kick's a good one. So Tadar can't take that, but he's helped back there by Chaperon Tucker, who finds Davies, who needs to straighten up and find his support, and he does so very nicely. Good tackle in the end there by Scott Drysdale. And I think we've got some... So high tackling again here. I think that's the man coming in here in Fasadi. Just players struggling a little bit here with following the rules. So Davies straightens up here. His tackle's all right. Oh, really not sure what. Really don't see what was wrong with that. All right. Maybe a bit unfortunate for East, but there's a few going. Oh, the line-out throw is terrible. Just the jumper not lifted. There we go. That's how we like to see them. So Davis Reed with the ball, finds Hall. Gives it to Chaperon Tucker in some space out there. And he's taken in the tackle nicely. Franklin goes left and finds Fenny, who have a nice run on. Some high tackles again there. Adam just going high. Harrison's worked really hard tonight. Really hard. This East player in the way, not getting out of there, but here we go. Fenny with the good ball, nice fend, then taken by the big guy. And he's been pinned for an illegal fend there. So you just can't put that arm up with your elbow or your forearm out if it ends up too high. This one here, yeah, you can see he just puts the left arm up. That's a good call. Oh, and we go with the quick tap. So let's see, what have East got out here? That's a good run, good speed there from Chris Munns. But ball's been won there by Taroona. Would have been knocked on there, so great. No, we're calling a forward pass, so we'll go back for the original knock-on, I think, by East. Must have been Munns when he hit the ground in that ruck. Good attacking play by East. Too much talk here with the referee. Okay, let's stop the chatter and let's get this scrum down. Here we go. Great clear call there by the referee. You can hear that on our effects mic. Just both props on this side were quite high. And Robert Clayton there needs to have some blood dealt with, so Taroona are going to need someone else in the front row. So Aidan Cannell will be that man. It's two players substituting, went to school together and played junior rugby through Taroona while they were at school, St Virgil's College, and there's a number of them out there from who've played through there, through St Virgil's and through juniors at Taroona, so it's great to see these guys out on the field and getting a game. Smith needs to get down low on this side and keep his body height down. That's better, just needs to keep it in. And the prop on this side just disengaging and bending straight up, but no, not seen by anybody. Good counter ruck there by Smith, well done. He's a bit disappointed that he didn't get the penalty on that last scrum there, so he's come back and just put his frustration into his game. Ball comes out to Graham. He'll have a good run in here. Oh, nice hit there. But Graham maintains possession. Okay, we find Davis Reid, who gives it to Hall, who hangs on, and he's away, but Webb's going to get him. He just needs to find his player outside. Oh, that's probably gone forward. Support was in there. He did have Mahanga on his outside, but that pass has gone, I think, a long way forward. It was a good run, good chase. A good chase from Webb too. Didn't get him, but he was going to get him, and then covered a good line there to get in front of him, and the pass has gone forward. So East's got one of their front rowers coming off here. Be replaced by Mitchell Eddington. Been pretty quiet tonight, Eddington. Both in his actions on the field and his voice. He's one of those characters who are great around rugby. Always got something to say. And he's good fun. Hopefully he can keep his side of the scrum down here under the pressure of this Taroona pack, who are driving really nicely through that. So a good drive by Taroona there. You can see that nice straight drive through. Start here. It's always a good sign when one team drives straight. Okay, then once the scrum starts to wheel, then you start looking for penalties. But I think there was just a collapse in the middle there, and really Taroona dominating there, but it was one of their players who ended up underneath. Fenny, I think, on the loose head side. So here they go again. Ball goes in, and Taroona put on the drive. Well done to Butler to get that ball out. Webb's decided he wants to come into first receiver and actually have a go. And here he goes. This is what he's capable of. He really needs to insert himself on the game early. So it was a great run there by Webb. The pass didn't go where it needed to go and was taken by Harrison, who ended up being carried out over the sideline. Mahanga took the ball but couldn't work it out. Good sportsmanship in there by Scott Drysdale to give the hand up. So East on the halfway mark. Oh, that's a very crooked throw. You can see that, but nobody calls it, so we'll play on. And another obstruction there, unfortunately there. Just getting a bit silly here. Dean Adam getting a bit too fired up. It's a good run, but unfortunately the player who went in front of him made contact with the Taroona. You're offside when you're in front of the ball, and you can't impede any players when you're in that situation. So game's getting very scrappy. Scores are right, 31-10. Clock's right. Not long to go. Players are just, tempers are getting a bit short. Players getting scrappy and tired. So Nielsen with the line-out win. Finds Franklin, who gets it out wide. Here's this man Hall again, who's had a good impact since he's been on. I'd like to see George Shapper and Tucker with some space, but he's taken down nicely. Unfortunately, Eddington there's got his hands on that ball. No, he's right. He got his hands on the ball and then fell. So that was legal. Good work. Oh, sadly, Fishpool, I think, out there isn't able to hang on to that ball and has dropped it forward. Tired players, it's late on a Saturday night. Everyone's usually at the pub by now. Just got to keep everyone's tempers in check. Play this game out. So number 19 out there, Neil Bent. Maybe got a contact lens issue. Or contact lens or blood. So have East got anyone on their bench? Yes. So Harry Burkett comes on in the Taylor Webb signature headgear. Boys will be cold out there waiting. So if we pan out wide here as this scrum sets down, you'll see the Taroona back line just setting. They're quite close to each other. Nice deep line. We've got a scrum incident. Somebody's called Mayday in there. Someone at the bottom. And looks like we're all good. That player, if he's injured his neck, he shouldn't be moving. No, he's good. Excellent. Well done, everybody. Really well done. Some heated discussion happening. Be interested to see what's going on. This is a Taroona just get the feed in the scrum here. Don't know what all that discussion was about. It's a complicated area of the game, and someone in there wasn't very happy. But everyone's up and safe, and that's what we want to see. So we're going now with an uncontested scrum here for some reason, which makes it an easy win for Taroona. So Davis Reid takes that ball, gives it outside to Davey, running a good line, taken high over the shoulder, keeps running. Great work. Hands it off to Davis Reid. There's no one there to help him. Yes, there is. Great clean out there by Ring. Nielsen takes it high above his head, looks back inside, just needs to hang on to it and has thrown it forward. I think Paston not able to take it. Just needed to hold on to that ball there once he started going sideways, Nielsen. Now we're going to see another substitution. We saw here just Davies comes through and cops one over the shoulder. It's a penalty there. We need to be consistent on those. It's hard, obviously, for the referee to see. It might be a bit dark out there, but
No, but he's good. I like him.
Easts with the scrum. Taroona have had a bit of a dominance on them here, pushing them back, but I think we're now probably playing uncontested scrum, so there's no ability to do that. So Taroona just need to defend the back line. Here goes Webb. I'm not sure what... Shapper and Tucker just ran outside Webb. Oh dear. And the tackle in the backfield there. So really some pretty ordinary attempts at tackling there, and Webb gives a little signal back over to his bench. It's a good play by the big fella. We'll come back and have a look here. The Taroona players just stepped out of his way. Shapper and Tucker ran up to him. You watch number 12 in defence here, runs up and just steps to the side. No one else wanted him. Ring gave a good chase here, but just needed to hang on. And Davies didn't get his body height in close enough to Webb's feet. Just let him run around. It was a good bit of a speed in the end there by Jacob Cooper, but Webb's too smart and changed his line and did a great job. So that's a long run from the other end of the field, and then to have to kick your penalty, but well deserved. East have been putting the pressure on Taroona, and they've deserved that try. Probably be very close to the end of the game once this happens. There might have been a few sort of injury stoppages. We might see the replay. Or the restart, sorry. So Webb to make the score 17-31. Follow up the try from earlier this half from his teammate Nick McNeil. He had to come off injured after being thumped into the ground in a pretty heavy tackle. And, oh no! Oh no! Keep your eye on that. What a shame. Webb slips, Munt's the kick, and referee says that's the ball game. So in a very, very well fought out battle, a lot of tired players towards the end there, getting a little bit aggro. Lots of penalties. We'll see Taroona win out. Relatively comfortable 31-15 winners, but I think East certainly had the run of the second half there. Taroona just weren't really able to put their combinations together to score, and lots of substitutions. You know, they had a pretty long bench list there, Taroona, so giving lots of young guys a game. But in the end, overall, game played in pretty good spirits, and, you know, nighttime rugby in Hobart. These players will be looking forward to getting out and getting a beer and enjoying getting out of this cold and into the warmth. So that's a wrap for this week. Well done to all the teams involved, and we will see you next week. So lots of arguing, lots of pushing and shoving, and then all of a sudden the game's over and everyone's smiling and clapping and happy. And that's what we love about rugby. Happens on the field and it stays on the field, and then these boys are all pleased that they've made it through another game and had a good time. Young Nick McNeil there in the black cape with the rug around him. Had a great game. We'll be looking forward to watching his progress through the season. Hopefully, you know, Darcy Butler at halfback, and he can form some good combinations as the year goes on, and they can see some more scores put on. Right, and we will wrap it up right there.